Hey, Livestock. Good to see you, man. Good to see ya. Let's see. I'm about set up. And we should be good to go. Let's see. Yeah. All right. Well, here we go into round number 2 of the regional qualifiers here. This is going to be a pretty fun time, but surprisingly, maybe a little bit of an underdog choice here is going to be Ivern himself. Now, the big reason why this is going to be such a big change here that we are going to be watching out for is because everyone has pretty much thought that Ivern just has nothing to see here, essentially. That you're only going to be able to get him as like a last-ditch effort. Everyone's been putting him in like the D tier and things like that. Well, we'll see what Regionals has to offer here with Sydney, because there could be maybe a couple of surprises that we're not maybe anticipating as much. I mean, we're going to be seeing already that game number 1 was taken by the Ivern player, and then, of course, LeBlanc was able to take everything back in that game 2, and we are getting into it. So, guys, we are going to be staying here and bringing you the broadcast as long as possible. So tell your friends, tell everyone about it. It should be a good time. But yeah, no, this is something that I've been waiting a long time for. I love these regional events. I love being able to watch and bring these co-casts, co-streams with you here to be able to see what we actually have to offer in the sense of this meta. And because this is such a new meta, I mean, it's been a week old now, and we are now going into this. So not a lot of time for people to be able to figure out what is going on with this meta. And we'll see if that's maybe going to have an impact in and of itself. So really excited to see what we have in store here, because I think that this is going to be a very special regionals. We saw the pre-regionals last night. That was pretty solid, all things considered. And I got to say, there was only a couple of Iverns there, too, in that case. And so, again, I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on this to make sure that things are taken care of here. Because I think that this is going to be a really good showing of what Unleashed has to offer, and it could even set a precedence on what is expected in the future. So as of right now, of course, we are getting into game number 3, currently 6-4. The LeBlanc has a little bit of work to do, and that's going to be one of the hardest parts about Ivern himself, is that you are going to be able to continually be able to recycle his ability time and time again, which is something that can make a very big difference here. So we'll see how that ends up playing out for these competitors here. Even still, though, it's going to be just an absolute thrill of a time. Really looking forward to what is offered here. And we'll see how this is going to end up playing out. But again, this is going to be a big turn right now for the LeBlanc player. Going to need to take over a battlefield sooner rather than later, because right now, Ivern is ready to take both battlefields and seal out this game here. And I gotta say, I'm really impressed. I mean, again, if you would have told me that Ivern was going to be one to really take the game to the opponent, I would have been like, you know, probably not. But, you know, that's a good thought. But in this case, now we're going to be seeing what is going to be able to be done here. And it might very well be that Ivern could have a bit more power in his punch than we previously anticipated. Again, I got Ivern twice during my pre-Rift events, and I just got steamrolled in this case. But right now, I mean, it looks like Hanzu is able to do a lot with this deck and really making it a difficult situation for Breaking Sydney to really finish out this game here. And so we'll see. Now, the biggest thing that worries me about Ivern, though, here comes a big attack coming in, is that you're probably going to be... I mean, I feel like he is very die dependent. You have to win the die roll in order to really be able to take your game to your opponent. That if you're not able to get onto the battlefields first and foremost, that you might just end up struggling the entire game. We'll see how much that is going to be the case, but even right now, in this game 3, it is very helpful as the Vile Maw comes in. That is going to be the closer right there. So anything of less damage or of less might than the Vile Maw is not going to be able to deal damage to his units. And so that is a lot. 6 or 8 might that is going to be there. I love this dramatic zoom right here. That is about as great as it can get, showing off that calm symbol right there. Now, I love what Vialma is able to bring to this game. This is a very difficult card to try to get over, especially for something like LeBlanc. Now, you still can, of course, do a mirror image and things like that. Ties are something that can deal damage to the Vialma, but even still, in this attack, that's just not going to necessarily be enough to do anything. And so we'll see what's able to actually be done here. I'm going to be curious to see. I mean, did you guys end up seeing that Rengar, like, infinite combo that they had last round? That was really annoying to watch. I wanted to watch that at 4x speed, but it just kept going. It was like the Duracell Bunny. It was just playing cards back and forth in that case, which was a lot of fun to be able to watch. You know, I was able to go get dinner. I walked back in, sat down 20, 30 minutes later, and he was still in the same turn. So, a lot of fun to be able to see. So, we'll see how long we last, guys. Currently, it is 9 p.m. And this supposedly is going to be going until 4 or 5 a.m. We'll see if I actually last that long. But we're here for the long haul, guys. Normally, we are going to be providing full coverage of Vancouver in this case. It is taking a while for them to finish out this showdown, though. Still, though, I still don't know how he doesn't quite get over this. And I feel like even if he can, there's a Hidden Blade waiting. I didn't see what card Hanzu has in particular on that face down there, but it could very well be just a solid trap to get things moving here. This is something that I'm also going to be keeping a really close eye on, too, because depending on how this regional goes, again, people follow the hype, which means that this is going to be absolutely crazy to be able to see how this affects the market. So definitely something to be keeping in mind, that if there's a deck that happens to do really good, if Diana ends up winning it with Alan, you know, then you're going to be seeing the just skyrocket of price right there. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But still, this showdown is going to be absolutely crucial right here. And it has to be won, but I just don't necessarily know what they're going to be able to do to be able to get around this here. So, yeah, I always look forward to doing the market watch. Oh, looks like a Bellows Breath is going to be coming in. And it looks like he's going to be selecting his own unit with that to be able to destroy and try to draw a card to get an answer at this point. The Death Knell of the Karthus is going to allow him to draw 2 cards, but it looks like he's not... Oh, nope, he's not getting the answer, and that's going to be a GG as the Ivern takes down LeBlanc. I mean, guys, if you would have told me that that's exactly what was going to be happening, man, I think I would have called you guys absolutely crazy. I don't see like how that was going to end up coming about, but man, great job right there on being able to take down the LeBlanc, something that people were thinking was going to be a huge contender for this meta. And I mean, still is, don't get me wrong. But no one would have guessed that an Ivern would just come in, swoop in, and be able to take a game like that. So, very well done being able to get that win there. And we'll see if LeBlanc is going to be able to make a bit of a run. Now, with that, we also know that Colin from TCG, or Challenger TCG, has brought LeBlanc. He did end up going 4-1 last night at the pre-regional. And so we'll see if that's maybe going to be something that we can anticipate going into this tournament. Because last time Colin was able to bring Set and get into top 8 where he lost to Prismaticism over in Atlanta. So is he going to now be able to dominate with LeBlanc? And if you guys haven't seen his deck list, it's a really interesting one. I might need to actually pull that up. Because what he's able to do is he's running the Hook variant with Death Knell, which is really interesting. So he's got Karthus in the backfield with Hook and going double duty on that. So a really interesting take on the LeBlanc, but it might be one of the best versions. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Again, he went 4-1 at the pre-rift at the pre-regional. Same thing essentially last night. So we'll see. But anyway, guys, it looks like we just now finished up round number 2. We'll see if there's going to be any more side games that they're going to be playing anyway. And yeah, we'll throw out the question to you guys. Have you guys been able to go to a regionals yet? If not, are you looking to go? Are you wanting to make it out to one of your locals, or have you not gone to a regionals yet just because too far away or things like that? Because I know for you guys over in Europe, that can be a bit of a drive sometimes, or a bit of a flight in that case. And so got to get the selfie of I'm on stream, Mom. How's it going? And, I mean, again, just really good plays right there. From both competitors, I was watching this before we ended up going and starting this co-stream here. And so a lot of fun to be able to watch how all of that ended up coming out. So, again, we're going to be keeping an eye on things as we go through this night. We'll see what is able to be done here. And how long we can last. I mean, I'm already getting pretty tired in that, like, just with how everything's going. But no, I've just been so excited about this regionals and trying to get things moving and seeing what this meta has to offer. I mean, we've even seen stuff like Vex, for example, that hasn't necessarily been very well represented. I mean, over on China, we haven't seen necessarily a whole lot there. In regards to Vex, and even in a lot of the American tournaments outside of maybe Runes and Rift, we haven't seen Vex really have a lot of showing, even though there's been some really solid victories that have come from Vex. So we got to be watching out for that. There could be some surprises there with maybe some of these decks sneaking up on us and giving us some really good wins here. We'll see, but I think it is going to be very telling on where this meta could be headed. One thing that a lot of people are scared about or intimidated about is going to be the Aurora deck. Let's actually hear this interview real quick.
With Ivern into LeBlanc, how do you feel after that win?
Cool.
Cool. All right. Awesome.
Well
It is
said.
always good to feel cool after a hard-fought victory. Obviously, you took Game 1 and Game 3, but there was a moment in Game 3 that we were all excited to see, that unchecked power come out. Did you read that play? How did you play around that one? Because the answer was phenomenal.
That card is the most card I'm afraid of in the blue color.
Yep.
So I use that card to avoid that damage.
Oh, excellent. So you've been practicing. You knew that unchecked power could be a big answer into your style of deck. And so you played around it. You had that Emperor's Divide to answer. Even when we sort of got, as Pastry Time said, that almost like a tell when they pulled off that battlefield. So really well played, really well read there. So you are 2 wins, 0 losses, 0 draws. Do you have any matchups that you're looking for with Ivern? Some favored matchups?
Ivern is my favorite legends in LOL.
Yep.
So I choose these legends to hear.
Yeah, and Ivern's really unique in that he's very sort of type all deck. He's got that bird Poro kind of synergy.
Uh-oh.
And do you normally play Calm and Order domains?
Yes.
Yeah, so did you play Azir before this?
What's the chat got to be saying about this?
I play it for about 2 months.
Yeah, nice, so a lot of practice. And this is your first regional qualifier. How are you finding the experience so far?
Chat's not coming up, oh well.
Because I really like this gaming atmosphere here.
You really like the gaming atmosphere?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that we're also like here amongst the crowd.
All right, yeah, so there we go, guys. Just finishing up round number 2. Thank you guys so much for being here. It's going to be a great time. So far, we've had some really fun matches to be able to watch. I still can't believe that Rengar match that we ended up having against Aurelia. Again, that was Baron Aurelia. Oops, come on, get out of here, sorry. Got some things that are pulling up. But yeah, we got some fun matchups coming our way here, and we already got to see some interesting takes on Rengar in this case that was able to do some pretty insane turns, and one that just ended up taking so long. I mean, it was 2 minutes left in the round, and they were barely finishing up game number 2 at that point. And sometimes that can just be a very difficult match to be able to get through. And the last thing that you really want to do at these regionals, it did end in a tie in game 3. Yeah, they had no way to be able to finish out the game at that point. And so pretty much just won, and there wasn't much that they could do. And so, yeah, that's the unfortunate part too. And the last thing that you really want is, well, it could be a good thing, bad thing, getting into the tires bracket. Because, again, you get paired up on your ratios, essentially. And you can, of course, be paired up or paired down. But, again, if you go against the other people that are tied, that can sometimes backfire a little bit. And it might be something that you want to save just in case. But we'll see how that ends up going out for those two competitors. I'm also really curious to see the deck stats on what was brought and what were the ratios of everything. Because, of course, we know that there's MF and Sivir that actually ended up being the two decks that were brought the most this last time. So really cool to be able to see that. And then on top of that, we had LeBlanc that actually ended up having the most, the second most brought. I mean, as a specific legend, it was the most brought deck at 57 last night at the pre-regionals. So we'll see. A lot of people, I think, are bringing LeBlanc just because of the matchups into Aurora. I think a lot of people were thinking that Aurora was going to be showing up a lot more. But even if it is, going to be the second or even third most brought deck, then having those kinds of counters in hand are going to be very important here. So here we go into another side game, of course, round number 2 still, and we have 1 minute left in this game. Currently 1-0 right now with Azir coming in, but looks like he very well could be closing out this game and not a second too soon. I mean, we are getting into the end of this timer at 40 seconds left. And I gotta say, couldn't come at a better time. Really, this Azir player is just lucky that he's able to get to this point and get things moving here. Looks like is going to be defending the battlefield at all costs, creating 2-on-1s, and on top of that, having the Trifarian War Camp as that battlefield, giving +1 to all units there. This is the place to really be able to stack up. Now, at the same time, you got to be a little bit worried. Vex has a lot of runes that is able to be used here, but with 2 Defies in hand, that's not necessarily maybe something that you want to see. But that Cole is going to be used at that point before this turn is drawn, and that is right before the timer is gone through. Now, the big difference is, though, the timer that is down below me might not actually be synced up to the streamer timer, because to get set up to be on stream sometimes takes a little bit extra time. So even though it says 0 down there, they might not actually be at turns yet. And so that's definitely something to be keeping in mind as we go about this. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see. But again, this game I think is pretty much over. There's still a couple of options that you could maybe do to deal with this, but I'm not necessarily sure on what you might be able to do. And again, that Vex in the Vex deck itself, being able to stun units that come in, I mean, that is something that can really slow down opponents here. And so the fact that we were able to get to the 7 points for the Azir player is very big. And that looks like that is also going to be a win for the Azir player. It wasn't very long of a match, but again, they're at the end of round 2, so it's not going to necessarily be too much to be able to watch at this point. So just really good job. Glad to see the Azir. I definitely think that he could potentially be one of the best decks of set 3. The reason why I say that is especially because last night at the pre-regional, he had a 63% win rate, which is just absolutely absurd. And especially at something like a pre-regional, normally you're bringing a lot of your better decks. Hanzu, that's not Hanzu. You bring a lot more of your competitive decks because you're basically signing up to be able to play for tickets there. And so I usually take the pre-regional as a little bit more of a determination of the meta than I do for really anything else. And so definitely, then even maybe the regionals itself, just because people are going for the best of metal cards, and that can fluff up the competitive field. You know, and that's been something that a lot of us have been worried about. And so the pre-regional, I love almost looking at those stats even more than the actual regional stats. Because even, I mean, once we get to day 2, that definitely thins out the herd, and that's when we can really take a look at that. But until that point, you know, we're going to be a little bit all over the place. I mean, even seeing like an Ivern, mind you, Ivern's 2-0 right now, but, you know, the odds of that actually making it into that top 64, you know, might get one, but I don't necessarily think that we're going to be getting a whole ton necessarily in there for by any means. So we'll see, though. There's definitely some things to be keeping an eye on there. So anyway, with that being said, guys, that is going to be game number 2. So definitely stuff to be able to see there. We'll see what else is going to be brought to you. Again, we are going to be here for the duration of the night, so things to be able to keep an eye on there. And so I'm gonna be pretty excited to see how all of that is going to be playing out here. The new mechanics that were added to this game, also very well done. I love the ambush. The ambush that they added to the game, really fun. And then on top of that, we'll see what else is actually brought. And so, with that being said, let me see. I'm going to be pulling something up real quick. The pre-regional stuff. Oh, yeah, that's in my Discord. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. There we go. So anyway, with that being said, we're going to be quickly, let's see. Yeah, so it looks like that we had some really good showings. I mean, Set ended up going 5-0 last night too, which is a really big deal. And there was only a couple of sets that were actually even brought to the pre-regionals, as it were. So again, I'm going to be a little bit curious to see what all is going to be able to have this kind of impact as we go into these next couple of rounds. And so again, guys, we are going to be waiting a minute for that, so keep that in mind. And then we'll see how this is all going to be playing out. So going to be excited to see how... Yeah, there we go. And again, at least they're showing some good graphics. I'm really appreciative of the graphics that they've been able to build. Sometimes it's been a little bit lackluster, but the going between stuff is really cool to be able to see. And I'm glad that they're stepping it up. The one thing that's been a little bit sad has been, like, especially in the American tournaments. I don't know if they're going to be doing this for Sydney or not. But it was them getting rid or kicking everyone out before the top cut. I definitely get why they're doing that, but at the same time, it just really sucks when they end up doing that. And so we'll see how this ends up going. But again, they're just kind of doing some pre-game show. Is this the pre-regional? Nope, this is the actual regional going on right now, and we're about to head into round number 3. So definitely something to be watching out for. Yeah, so so far, yeah, we've been going for about 3 hours now in total. The stream itself has been going for about 30 minutes. So things to keep in mind, though, but going to be curious to see how the rest of this is going to be going. Oh, there's Diana. Nice. At the... Is that what, a greet? That's learn to play, but I'm not sure what's behind him in particular. That is a interesting sweater. Qualifier, pretty sure. Yeah, this is the qualifier. Yep, 100%. Okay, so that's the meet and greet. Nice. So anyway, with that being said, though, this is going to be a interesting broadcast to see what is actually going to end up making that top cut. It's going to be a lot of long days just ahead. You're going to be playing out multiple games, and you know, you can even just get brain fog from the constant trying to solve the problems and working your way through each round in particular. And if you end up making a couple of mistakes, that can be the difference of you making that top cut and just getting booted out in that case. So you got to be so careful about how you play this game, especially when you get to that regional event. And so really like to see where this is going to be taking us and what is what's going to be offered here. I mean, we've already seen some pretty diverse decks here, and we'll see what else is going to be brought. So anyway, guys, I'm going to take a second break, or a quick break, like 30
you
seconds.
have flown here
Grab
for the
some
event.
headphones.
How are you feeling about your chances?
I'm playing against a friend, Zach, and I think it's really good so far because I'm not competing in the main event. However, I think I can beat him.
Well, I have some insider knowledge that he is very new, so I feel like you maybe taking advantage a little bit.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. I did also try to rope him into the draft itself, so I did have ulterior motives here.
So obviously the Unleash set only just came out. How are you feeling about the new champions?
3 of my favorite champions in League of Legends actually came out this set. Jhin, Lilia, and Pyke. I actually really love them in the game itself. So great so far. I just haven't been able to play them that much yet. I'm like looking to do some more in their decks.
Which one do you reckon you'll build first?
I've already made Lilia. That's what Jess is playing. I want to put my hands on it a bit more, but I think I really like the tokens.
Well, we'll see how the rest of the weekend goes. We are here down at the Sydney RQ. I am joined by Fasby, and we are currently in the midst of a draft. Is that correct?
It absolutely is. You're playing draft.
And how is that going for you so far? Is this the first time you've drafted?
It's not the first time I've drafted, but we're just playing a very special trios version, so it's something that's never really been played before. But we're still in the draft phase.
Okay, so what are you kind of gravitating towards at the moment?
I'm playing a predominantly yellow deck at the moment with a lot of soldiers. I've got Azir, and yeah, I'm looking forward to just getting a lot of units out.
So do you like your chances so far, given the rest of the people at the table?
Absolutely not. No, I'm definitely one of the beginners, but every game that I get to play, I learn something new, and it's just actually really, really fun.
So maybe next time we're in Sydney, you'll be in the main event then?
I mean, I'd love to have that experience at least once, yeah. Let's see what I can take.
Fingers crossed. We'll see how you go. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Regional
All right. There we go. Okay, we're back. Just had to test that and make sure that we are good to go there. Whew. Do they have live standings? Unfortunately not. I wish they did. But they do not. There's a couple of things where if you have access, I know like Challenger TCG updates the standings and things like that as they come about. But otherwise, no, not necessarily. It's kind of sad. I know they do towards the later rounds, but we don't have like a website that we can go to see all the live standings. And so, yeah, we'll see if we're able to get you guys some updates on that down the line. But great to have you guys here and get things moving. We are going into and about to start round number 3. And we'll see what kind of thrilling matchup they have for us coming our way. So stay tuned for that. It is going to be an absolute thriller to be able to watch. And we'll be able to bring you the broadcast here as we are watching the co-stream. Now, of course, if you guys do want to watch this, I believe it's definitely on YouTube that you're able to see through the Riftbound broadcast. And then, of course, on top of that, we'll see what else is able to come our way. The hardest part is, of course, it is tough when you are in between rounds because you're at the whim of what is actually there and going on, you know. It might very well be that, you know, you are waiting 30 minutes past the timer for people to finish up their games and get reporting. And so we'll see how that actually ends up going. It'll be interesting to see if they actually ever do end up adding a timer to the end of the tournament, or like to the end of rounds when you go up to turn 3. We'll see. But yeah, do you have any predictions for who's going to win? I really do think that it could be down to Ivern. Or sorry, wow. I am tired already. It could be down to Master Yi, mid-range, Aurora, or Aurelia. That's really the big 3 here. I'm hoping that it's going to be Aurelia versus Master Yi in the finals. I could definitely see that as a possibility. And so we'll see how that actually ends up coming about. But It wouldn't surprise me to even see like Azir make his way, especially after seeing how many wins that he was able to get at the pre-regional yesterday. Again, 63% win rate is something very, very impressive. And that was with, I think, even 24 decks that ended up showing up. And so really good to be able to see those kinds of numbers. And so we'll see how that ends up going there. But even still, let's see what is going to be coming our way. I'm going to be curious to also see what is going to be... Oh, guess the flavor text. Nothing stops us, not cold, and not death. Oh, gosh. That's actually... I don't know. I don't read any of the flavor text. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Do I need to read more flavor text? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. So, yeah, really cool. Hopefully you guys have been able to get your hands on the card allocations that you've been wanting. I know that's been something that has been pretty difficult the past couple of sets. But these days, you know, hey, it really might not be too difficult to be able to get things going at that point. It might be something to really keep an eye on. I am going to be playing my Azir this weekend. That's going to be the deck that I will be taking. I pulled Overnumbered Ivern too, so going to be trading that. Someone wants the Overnumbered Ivern, so I'm going to be getting my LeBlanc spells that I need. I need two more Diana. I pulled all three of LeBlanc's signature spells, surprisingly. You feel like Vex has got it? I think so, too. I think so. I think Vex has a really good chance, and I don't think a lot of people are prepared for the Vex matchup. I mean, again, we've been watching a lot of the tournaments and things like that. We'll go over to here. They're not doing anything. I've been watching a lot of the tournaments over in China and things like that, even over in America, and we haven't necessarily had a whole lot of competition, really, that's been showcasing Vex, which to me is just really surprising. I thought that was going to be a big difference maker there, and that Vex, especially for being so cheap to be able to build, you get a structure deck and a couple of cards that are commons and uncommons, and you have a Vex deck, you know? But no, Vex itself hasn't actually been seeing a whole lot of gameplay in this meta so far. After Sydney, though, we very well might be, so definitely something to keep in mind with that. So Vex, I think, is an underdog here, but definitely one that could take it all the same. So we got some ideas out there. I really like where this might be headed. And so again, guys, we are waiting for round number 3, which looks like we actually might be starting and seeing what round number 3 has to offer with a Powerade bottle front and center as we get into this gameplay. And so again, this is going to be pretty telling. Now, of course, this is the tough part. You're getting into the groove of things. You're starting to get the hang of the tournament. The nerves are starting to go away. But at the same time, when you're starting like 3-0, for example, that's when it's like, or 2-0, and you're trying to get that 3-0. It's like, wait. I'm actually doing okay here at this regionals. Can I keep this going? Can we make sure that this is going to be where it ends up? And it's like, maybe. But that alone can add a little bit of tension to your gameplay, especially if this is, you know, maybe your first regionals. It can be something that you're really watching out for in this case, because, you know, as you continue to climb up the ranks, that tension that you're feeling can continue to grow, and it's like, I could make day 2. I'm 5-2. I can make day 2 if I just win this next game, you know. And that can cause a lot of stress on you and cause some misplays and things like that. Whereas if you're seeing like stuff like Prismaticism and Challenger TCG and that team, you know, they've been there time and time again. And so it's like, you know, all right, cool. I'm 5-2. All right, let's play our game and get it going. And there's a huge dynamic shift with how you're even feeling about going into these games. And I mean, the mental game about this is going to be so much more important than just being able to play this game. It's one thing to play at a local Nexus night. You get 3 rounds, You play them out. Even if you go 3-0, that's great, cool. You get your packs and you go home. But there's not necessarily any tension that is actually there. That all changes when you are at a regionals and you're actually playing for that big prize. And, it's just that familiarity, I think, is a very big difference maker there, that you are able to just be like, all right, cool, here we go again, And especially when you are then on stream, if you're not used to being on stream, you freeze up and stuff like that, because it's like you suddenly feel like that a lot of people are watching you, and, that's not necessarily the case. Doister, welcome.
Oh, it is. Sorry, I'm in the car. Figured I'd just pop in and say hi real quick.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How's the stream?
It's going good. We're about to start round number 3.
Okay.
So
So what do you think? What do you think's winning?
I think that it's going to be between Yi and Aurelia.
Really?
Yeah.
People were talking about Azir.
Azir could have. I mean, Azir had, like I said, a 63% win rate yesterday.
That's crazy.
That could be pretty crazy. Aurelia, I think, had 61%. Aurora had 58%. And I think that's all I can remember off the top of my head.
I mean, that sounds about right. That's what I'd expect.
And then Victor had 43% win rate. So,
yeah, the deck's bad. It's always been bad.
Yeah, it has its really good matchups, but then it has the matchups that just destroy it.
Yeah, which is like 80% of the field, and then 20% of the field is just bodies.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so we'll see how that continues to carry out, but it should be really interesting to see. So I'm not even planning on doing all the rounds tonight. As soon as I'm like, I just really need sleep. I care a lot more about like the top cut, So it's like at this point, because like this, we should end day 1 probably at about like 4 a.m. And it's like, I don't know if I want to pull that kind of all-nighter, but I would do that for the finals, definitely.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, once midnight hits, my body's like, not too late. Go to bed.
Yep. So, now we'll see how it goes. And then I'm going out to Eagle Mountain for locals tomorrow.
Oh, okay. What's it, Eagle Mountain?
Exactly. I don't know. But someone's buying my overnumbered Ivern, so they're like, hey, I'll be at this locals. And I was like, okay,
really?
Cool. I'll just play it that night then.
Yeah.
So, but it's a long drive.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as bad as if I was to make the drive.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm surprised Ammon had as much as he did.
Yeah. Gosh, no kidding.
Like, once we got it all worked out, I literally, I just need to find a Keeper's Verdict and an Arachnoid, and it's done.
Oh, dang. Yeah, if I wasn't, worried about Arachnoid becoming more meta or whatnot, I would trade you mine, but I think I only pulled 2.
You're good. I'll probably find him in the Fun Collector.
Yeah, oh yeah, you definitely will. So, we'll see what's happening. But yeah, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties going on right now. Like, the judge was having a hard time getting things going with his tablet, so I wonder what's going on there.
Okay, I think these judges just struggle.
Yeah, hopefully not. But yeah, there's already been a little bit of a struggle going on with things, but hopefully that can be fixed sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I have been catching glimpses of the stream. One of the times that I went in, they were zooming in on player's hand, and it looked like the judge was asleep. It literally didn't look like the judge was awake.
Oh no.
So I was like, oh, nice. That judge is just not even. Might as well not even be there.
Yeah, that happens. I get it. So, but it's like we're at the very beginning,
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Well, it's what their schedule got pushed a whole 18 hours ahead.
Yeah,
if they're in
depending.
America.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Yeah, because right now, I mean, if you're on the East Coast, it's already 11:30 on what you're used to, and you're going into round number 3. So that can already be something that is really difficult to play through.
Oh yeah, no, they're going all nighters
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Yep. And there's nothing that you can do about it. You just play through it.
Oh yeah, that's where the endurance test is really gonna show, like if the
Mm-hmm.
shooters can do it or not. Because you don't only have the endurance of the event, it's
Uh-huh.
the endurance of staying up.
Yeah. Well, and I saw like Challenger TCG and Allen flew in like 2 days even before the tournament, probably to try to help get somewhat acclimated to the new time. So, because I can only imagine.
I would have done.
Oh man, that would be so
Yeah.
tough. But I mean, you're in Sydney, be a tourist a little bit, enjoy it, And so, but Alan posted a feed or post on his X account, talking about how it was like 3 a.m. and he can't sleep, and he's like, "Anyone want to play some games?" Like, it's like, "Yep, dude, that's how it is."
But he doesn't have his testing group with him in his hotel room.
The what?
He doesn't have his testing group with him in his hotel room.
No, he doesn't. It was just him. His test group probably was flying in later.
Oh, so he went early.
Yeah, he went. Like I said, he went like 2 days, even before. So I think he was there on Tuesday. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So.
Do we know what they're on? Like I
Yeah.
know Alan for sure is on Diana.
Alan's on Diana. I think Prismaticism is back on Annie. I think what's his name? Randy is on Aurelia. I'm pretty sure. Colin from Challenger TCG is on LeBlanc. We have Villionaire from Challenger TCG that is on Aurora Yi. Yeah, he's always been on Aurora Yi.
I was going to say, he's got to be.
Yeah, he's always been on Aurora Yi. Ghoster Driver, who got 4th place with Victor back in Europe, is on Aurelia now. D. Ziden.
Oh, you realized the deck was dead?
The what?
You realized that Victor was dead?
Yeah, Victor's dead, so looks like.
Yeah.
Then we got LeBlanc on another Challenger TCG, D. Ziden.
Okay.
Let me see if there's anyone else that I recognize on this names. No, nothing yet.
Yeah, I've noticed whenever Challengers in an event, they're just all usually running the same thing, and they have like 3 people that are on all your decks.
Yeah. Yep, that's how it is. And I mean, this is their full-time job at this point.
I wish.
So
I would much rather play cards than flip burgers.
yeah, that's fair. Sold Out is on Sivir. Okay, so Sold Out is doing good. Hey, what's up, Keldor? Good to see you, man. Sold Out, Sivir actually is really surprising, but definitely makes sense. And Sold Out went 4-1, so not bad. He's on Aurora though. Ali, who did Houston Regionals, is on Sivir Aurora, but he's been an Aurora player since the beginning. Diwali, Diwali doesn't have his deck reported. The one who won the Houston Regionals with Annie, the first regionals in the United States. His deck list just says none. Dang it, that sucks.
Is he playing in the event though?
No, he is. His deck just wasn't reported on the pre-regional. That's what I'm looking at. But Diwali went 3-1-1.
Oh, he did play. Okay.
Yeah, he on the pre-regional, yeah. And so, here we go. Nice. They finally got the gameplay going again. Okay, cool. So we'll see how.
So what do we got?
We got ourselves an Ari versus Lilia, which is really interesting there. So I'm going to be curious to see how that'll go out. The aggro, but also going against one that adds -1 when something's attacking in.
Well, we have the polar opposites. We have aggro I'm never holding, and defense I'm always holding.
Yeah, and so I think this is a good matchup for Ari in this case. I mean, we're at a 2-0 win rate. Now, the tricky part is, though, Ari was also one of them that had a bit worse of a win rate on the pre-regional yesterday. And so we'll see if that's going to be something to actually, you know, make an impact here as we go into this round.
Yeah.
So we'll see, though. But I really do think that the Ari's at a bit of an advantage here, just because you're going to have the longevity of your cards instead of having to rely on everything. And then even on top of that, Ari also has the Defies, which can be very dangerous for something like, you know, a deck that doesn't have as much draw with Lilia.
Right. Well, it's also a potential of, like, because your power plays are like Sprite Burst and such, and if they do have, like, the Windwell or something, that's just gone. You can't use it anymore.
Yeah. So, but I mean, at the same time, too, the Lilia deck that just has the Defy and then you just can't play spells for the rest of the turn is going to be very powerful too. So if you can time that right, that could be a very big shift in the momentum there.
Yeah. It just, I think Ari's just going to take it from the sole fact that she just doesn't have to ever contest. Like, there's just no contesting happening until this blue Lilia, but this blue Lilia is going to die pretty quick, I'm assuming.
Yeah, because I don't see a Smoke and Mirrors in hand right now, and that's going to be one of the big cards here that are going to be making a big impact. Yeah, it looks like we're going with Signpost, and again, yeah, that guy's like, what the heck is that?
Well, I'm saying the same thing. Like, what does it do?
Yeah, exhaust a unit you control and tap this. Move a different unit you control to the location of the unit exhausted to pay for this ability. So again, if like if the if the Lilia is up, then you're going to be able to do a fun little switcheroo there in that case. And so there we go with
they have enough rooms, right?
Yeah, so looks like they are going to tap. Oh, I actually really like that combo then. So being able to put a unit in, going to create a unit. Now both are going to be having shield because of the battlefield, or Black Flame Altar. That's the sacrifice and draw card on your upkeep, right? No. It's either the...
Wait, so it just moves? It doesn't swap?
It swaps. Or,
So
yeah.
Or is it just a move?
Yeah, move a different unit you control with the unit that was tapped. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you are just able to do the switcheroo. They don't switch places like in Smoke and Mirrors. So, there we go with a little bit of a charm there. Going to be able to move the Lily in. Again, that's going to create another unit, though that's not going to have any impact in particular. It's going to be currently 2-3 because the Ravenbloom student's going to get the +1 while adding a -1 to the Lilia, and also being tapped out at this point. This is going to be a big shift in the advantage of Ari here. And so, yeah, it looks like that is going to be the end right there. And the Lilia will fall. That is a big win, especially when all of these units are going to go the way of the Earth here at the next upkeep for Lilia. That's going to be one of the detriments of this deck. And again, I'm going to be saying this, that I think the Ari is probably one of the best counters against Lilia just because of the -1 and the counters that the deck is able to utilize.
Well, I just think it's how big you stack those battlefields. You just charm up that Lilia, which is, like, after testing the deck, it lives and dies by that blue Lilia. And if it dies, you're, like, you have no plays. You can't push.
Yeah. Well, and that's going to be the big thing, too, here, is Lilia can also really struggle with the card draw here in particular. And so if you're able to really stop your opponent from getting a lot of card draw, then you're just going to end up falling flat here. Whereas something like Ari, you're setting up your board, you're able to defend, and you just make a wall that is so difficult for your opponent to try to overtake at this point.
Well, it's especially with the Ravenbloom Conservatory and a Diana, like, there's going to be so many more cards going to that Ari than the Lilia player.
Now, of course, we did see an unchecked power that's in hand Again, maybe not something that you want to necessarily spend when you only have a, Diana and a Ravenbloom student in the battlefield, but still, you at least have that out if you ever do end up getting in a very difficult situation. And gosh, I gotta say, losing that Lilia was probably one of the biggest detriments. But something with Ari, though, you do almost want to anticipate a little bit more that they would have, the charms in particular to be able to utilize here. So it looks like he is going to be paying 4 for a unit here. And, I mean, that's going to now be 2-2, trying to trade here with the Ravenbloom student, but that's going to be a discipline coming in to be able to go up to 4. The Ravenbloom Conservatory is going to be finding a Poro that will go to the bottom of the deck. And then if the Defied tries to come in, I don't think he is going to be going to. It looks like that is going to be going.
We have an on guard now.
The what?
Yeah. The on guard.
Yeah, then the on guard's going to be coming in now. Of course, we still have 1 up for the Defy, which is going to be enough to stop that, and that'll be a good win right there, getting on the board for the Lilia player. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna be very curious to see what Ari is going to be able to do to continue to build up the board state here, and if this is going to be something to, keep an eye on. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of spells in hand, but not necessarily any units, and it looks like, yeah, the Ari is going to be coming out into the field, leaving 4 runes up at this point. And this is going to give the Lilia potentially a chance to be able to, make another impact on this following turn.
Especially because if he doesn't have any punch with a Diana and he has a way to clear it, it's going to be really solid.
Yeah, I agree there. And so got to be careful about how you go about this. If you do end up, I mean, this is the problem with going against green and blue. If you end up overextending and maybe not being able to utilize your spells during your opponent's turn, you're just going to find yourself in trouble here. And so with the field built at this point, now again, that unit is going to die. That token is going to die. Oh, but there we go with the gear coming in. That's going to be a Sprite Fountain that is drawn off the top. This could be a very big turn here.
I think that card is so underplayed in this meta. I think that card is so strong.
I don't think it's necessarily even being underplayed. I feel like if you're playing blue, you're playing that card. I haven't necessarily seen really much exceptions where that's not the case. But that's the hard part, too. If you're playing blue at this point, you're pretty much playing aggro anyway.
Right.
There's not necessarily much outside of that realm. Kaisa's not necessarily seeing play all that much anymore.
Which I'm surprised. I really thought she was going to be a more solid deck.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like instead...
But it makes...
Oh, yeah, go for it.
I was just going to say, it just makes sense with how much Aurora's around. Like, that's just... It's an almost impossible matchup. So.
Yeah, so... We'll see, but the Hui coming in is going to be a good choice. Choosing to instead build up the battlefield instead of maybe going for the aggro quick play, trying to match up to the opponent. But now the tricky part is, now that you've built up your field, we already see the Ari player with a lot of runes and a pretty developed board, all things considered. And so could just be the matter of, hey, I'm going to continue to build up my board state maybe a little bit and leave 5 runes up to have as a response to your units coming in. So it'll be very interesting to see what the Ari player decides to do from this point on.
I think the things that are going to seal the game for the Ari players, if they can if they're on Sona and they can stick a Sona to the battlefield, that's going to be really strong. And I don't know how Lily will be able to recover.
No, I don't think Lilia would be able to. And already with losing the Lilia in particular, that's already a huge blow as it is. And maybe something that Black Flame Altar might not be able to. As we see another charm coming in. That's going to be grabbing the Hui. Now, the difficult part with that is because Hui is getting moved from the charm, that you are going to be giving yourselves a chance to be able to discard or draw and discard a card. And if you discard a unit, that's going to be going up to 8 at that point.
Well, it does have -3 because it is being considered attack.
Yeah, definitely. 2 for the Ari, 1 for the Legend ability. And that's going to be a little bit tough, but even still, the move will trigger first, then the predict from Diana, and then we would go into our regular showdown at that point. So, and we haven't seen the list actually being publicized yet either. Last regionals, they did show it a little bit more in the pregame, but they haven't necessarily been doing that this go around, surprisingly.
Yeah, we saw round 1. We haven't seen it on the other rounds, have we?
Not really, no. So I'm going back on the... And I'm not seeing any list. Now, of course, maybe not this one. Yeah, not this one. Probably because they were having so many technical difficulties that the casters were just shooting the breeze trying to get things going while the judges figured out what they needed to do. And I think at this point, though, we're getting a judge call just on the correct. Yeah, looks like he is talking to the judges there to figure out the correct order of operations here in this case.
Well, we're going to see Hot Pepper come into play.
Yeah. So going to be discarding a unit going up to 3. So now it is still 5 to 6 at this point. So not as much of a loss, and you could even be finding yourself at a little bit of an equalizer there. So now the 1 can be paid for the predict. And it's interesting, though, too, because I believe Diana says that you predict, and you can... Yeah, here we go. I have it right here. When a showdown begins, you may pay 1. If you do, predict. Then reveal the top card of your main deck, and if it's a spell, then draw it. So you can predict... Decide to put that card on the bottom of your deck if it isn't a spell, and then you can reveal the top card and see if it's a spell. And so you can kind of do a cool trick. I didn't realize that. I thought it was predict and if it's a spell, but no, it's predict, comma, then reveal the top card, and that's a big game changer right there.
Oh, that allows you to dig. What, you see 3 cards off Ravenbloom? If you have a Ravenbloom trigger there as well?
Mm-hmm. Yep, if you have a Ravenbloom trigger, then you reveal. If it's not a spell, you put it on the bottom. Then you can reveal or play the Diana, and, essentially look through 3 cards of your deck for 1. So
that's solid.
Yeah, that's a really good play. And I didn't realize it. It was just that I never, stared closely at the card, but then someone actually called it out in... one of the comments on my video, and I was like, wait, that's what it does? I'm like, that's so much better.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the one thing I think is crazy is them ruling LeBlanc as not being tokens.
Uh-huh.
That's so crazy to me, because that makes that deck way more broken.
Yeah, it really does, and it's going to be interesting, too, because they've come out and said that is going to be how it is ruled until set number 4. So...
Oh, so they're going to change it on us?
Yeah, well, yeah, they said that they'll keep it all the same, and then when the new rules come out for Vendetta, they will update how the tokens are ruled for reflections.
That's so interesting to me. I wonder why they do that.
Yeah.
They should just decide how you're going to do it and just do it.
And it's like, yeah, well, can we get the patch notes? Can we get those League of Legends patch notes going? See how that goes.
Yeah.
And so hopefully, I'm still getting hopeful because I know that they've hired a wordsmith or whatever, a guy that really works on the wording of all the cards and the rules, and I'm hoping that after set 5 that we're able to have a lot cleaner of wording and text, because I know, of course, they're already printing Vendetta and probably even set 6 at this point, and so it would be probably after that hopefully the wording and the rules get a little bit more firm instead of fluid that we're seeing lately.
I'm just hoping the text doesn't get as muddy as Yu-Gi-Oh text. With when and if and comma and semicolon and...
No, you can't do that.
Oh, it's insane.
Well,
so I'm hoping we never reach that point.
Yeah, I don't think we necessarily will. I hope not. I don't think we will, though.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I'm going to be very curious here on how this game is going to be going. Currently, though, the Ahri has been able to take this game to the Lilia relatively easily. And the unchecked power, I feel like, is getting forced out right here. The 7 and 2 to be able to deal 2 damage to everything. Now, of course, you can only play reactions to this action as the Ahri player. And we'll see what kind of answers are able to be had there. So it looks like the Diana is going to be targeted there to be able to draw a card, essentially. That's not going to be enough to stop the 12 damage there by any means. But then, of course, all the units are going to be tapped on the side of Aurelia, too. But then we have the Sprite Call coming in, or Sprite Fountain, sorry, coming in to be able to get a much-needed point at this case.
We still have Legends online. Do we have any ready runes or no?
No, that was the final runes right there. They had a total of 9. But looks like they are going to be going for a hidden card. And so that's interesting, too, because if you don't necessarily have... If it's just a spell in this case, then you're not going to necessarily be able to get things moving. And so we'll see. Hey, welcome. Good to see you here, man. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a good night. We're here for a long time, not a good time. No, I'm kidding, but...
We're here for both.
Both. Yeah, we're seeing
At least I am.
Yeah, we're seeing how late we can go. Ooh. Got the Mountain Dew. The only way to truly fix it is to release an official client sooner than later so everyone can say, on Riftbound Online it does. You're not wrong, Livestock.
Oh.
You're not wrong.
We're gonna get the Master Duel memes?
That would be hilarious. And yeah, I hope we get an online client. I think that'd be so cool. And I love climbing the leaderboards on online. When I was playing Legends of Runeterra, that was something that I climbed up to that top rank. I never got into top 100 or top 1000, whatever that is. But I was able to climb to that top, and then I was like, cool, I made it. All right, bedtime, kind of thing. And then I didn't pick up the game after that.
I think it would be cool if we do get the online client, if we do get like a Master Duel situation where certain cards have special animations on them. I think that'd be so cool to like see the cards animated.
Mm-hmm. No, that would be really cool. And I mean, we already have a client that is able to be built on with already a lot of the artwork because that's where the artwork came from with Legends of Runeterra. And so it really wouldn't surprise me, but they're already spending a lot of money on the League of Legends MMO. And so that's the hard part. They're already spending a ton of money on that. So we'll see. But here we go. This is going to be a big turn right now. There's a lot of runes that are up, and so we'll see the Ravenbloom Conservatory being activated here for the Ahri. Or they're forgetting. I don't know if we missed that, but yeah, it looks like instead the Discipline's going to be activated, going up to 4 against the Diana here. Again, the -1 because of the Legend. A Discipline's going to be answered in response.
Okay. Probably trying to play it early to play around to 5.
Yeah, well, and this is the scary part as the Ahri player, too. If you are playing something like a Discipline and you've spent your whole turn keeping these up, and then you go in and play the Lilia signature spell. What is that even called? He has one in hand.
Lifting Lullaby or something like that?
Yeah.
It's something Lullaby.
It's Lullaby, because I have that right here.
Yeah. That card is such a powerful card.
Yeah, well, especially with it, the 2 power costs, the only thing that can necessarily stop it at that point is Wind Wall, and this is game 1. This has been a long game 1 so far, too. We're going into 19 minutes for game number 1, which is, about average. We're at 7 to 8 points, so yeah, that's about average. We're okay. But again, this is a huge risk for the Ahri player because if he does have the Lullaby in hand, then you kept 8 runes up and passed turn for nothing.
So we have a green-blue Bryn here now.
Yeah.
Oh, man. These sig spells out of this set are incredible.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And so there we go with the lullaby coming in. I do not think there is going to be any answer at that point. But if there is, Lilia is now tapped out. And I don't know if they're talking about the Ravenbloom Conservatory being missed. They keep tapping like they're talking about that to the judge, but I think because it was missed, yeah, it's too little too late at that point with how much has actually come out. You know, because if a spell card is revealed, then that really changes how this interaction would be going about anyway.
Right. Well, I was expecting, because he did the discipline as he moved, I was expecting it to be play discipline and he's reacting to the move, not the Ravenbloom trigger.
Yeah, that's true too, so we'll see what's going on with that, but again, pretty difficult choice right there. We'll see what is able to be done, but unfortunately, I mean, the nice part about judge rulings, and if it does take a minute, you of course do get time added to your clock, so that is something a little less that you have to worry about at that point. But even still, it's like sometimes these triggers can just really drag on the game, and again, this can come back to the mental aspect where you can start getting a little bit more frustrated each time that the judge has to do their particular rulings or things like that, and it can get really draining at that point. So you got to just, again, you're in for the long haul, and you got to make sure that you keep a cool head about it, because any little thing that starts setting you off can make your life that much more difficult down the line. So, and then have you had a chance to go to a regionals yet, or you've just done that for other TCGs?
I've just done it for other TCGs.
Oh, cool.
I so desperately want to do it for this game though, because they look so fun.
Mm-hmm. No, it is a blast. And then are you planning on going to Cali? Potentially, or?
I am. I just got to start getting funds and plans set up, but that is definitely on the docket.
Well, I mean, if you want to pay for it, just stop buying 3 cases every set release, you know, and then you'll have suddenly enough money to go.
Well, I got to finish that master set somehow.
Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah, that's top priority there. So we'll see. One thing that's actually been really surprising, we're at a little bit of a break right now as we get a judge ruling. One thing that's been really surprising that I got to point out, the Ash has been one of the most bought cards in the past week. That's really interesting, and it seems like Yellow might be really going in on the Ash there to counter the Aurora decks, but really in general, it's just a good deck to side in. And so
well, you hit it early enough, and if you hit that Aurora, they don't have a way to hold.
Nope.
So they're just gonna lose that card.
Yeah, well, and that's the biggest thing too, because Yellow doesn't necessarily have their sabotage, if you will. I mean, really, that's one thing that makes Orange so deadly. Every other color essentially has to go out and be reactionary. And then we go in and find out, oh, wait, no, we actually have our own sabotage that we can play out at a decent time and still be able to get things going. And it's like, okay, cool, let's get that. So it looks like the, so the Ravenbloom is going to be allowed to be played, and that is going to be adding a Stupefy to hand. Now, of course, that isn't going to be able to be, oh, that's true too. You technically could add like the reactions to the Lullaby. That would be the one thing. So against green, that might be a little bit difficult to try to get around, but unfortunately, having the Stupefy be drawn after the fact means that it cannot be added to the stack of the Lullaby there. So, you know, that's going to be a little bit to their detriment there, missing out on that Ravenbloom Conservatory. But still a really well done score and capture right here. This might be a chance to have a little bit of a comeback here for the Lilia. Now, the difficult part here is Ari looks like to be having a bit more spells and not a lot of units. And so if this happens to be the case and the Ari ends up passing, this could be very dangerous at this point. And I don't think the Ari has any units in hand. So the Stupefy is now going to be coming out, trying to dig for that unit. And if we don't find one, then this could be game 1 Lilia. This is almost a detriment here now to the unit, but looks like a Raven Bloom was ending up being found. And so we'll be going in and seeing, but again, you're giving the Lilia a chance to score another 2 points. Now, of course, both of those are going to be gone this turn. That's going to be the nice part. But you're still going to be able to utilize the Black Flame Altar. You're going to be able to get some points going your way there. Okay, so it looks like you're already at 5. So we missed those 2 scores at that point. And now is going to be essentially soon 7-7. And I mean, Ahri does have, we know now that Ahri has a lot of spells in hand, you know, and this is something that probably Muroquist is thinking about. There's a lot of spell cards in hand. There's 1 unit out on board. If I can somehow defend both battlefields, then I'm going to be standing a bit of a chance. The tricky part is, though, you need to be able to put both units out. You can't just put a temporary unit out onto a battlefield and then hope that, you know, the temporary unit is going to survive, because it just doesn't. And so that's a little bit of a tough situation you might be finding yourself in here, but there is a Lonely Poro in hand. And so again, here we go, another 2 points going up to 7 for Lilia, and it is coming down to it. Now again, this is also a lot of time that is being spent in game number 1. And if it ends up that Lilia or Ahri end up taking game 1 and the other ends up taking game 2, then we're going to start getting into that time crunch where, you know, it could end up going to the Lilia, who is a bit more aggressive here. So, I mean, there we go with the Lonely Poro coming out onto the battlefield, and then just a pass. We have 1 rune up. And it's also really interesting to me. Oh, okay. So they added both units over to the Ravenbloom Conservatory at that point. They have 1 up. It is 7-7. Now, of course, Lilia, I think, is better set up to where if the if the student is holding, that you might be in a little bit of a better situation trying to retake that battlefield with the amount of tokens that you can utilize. But even still, we'll see what's able to be happening here. And it looks like also a singularity in Lilia's hand. And so this is a big turn for Ahri. But again, one thing that is comforting, there is only 1 rune left up, and you have a Defy in hand. And so, yeah, you could very well just move in and try to get things going here. And it looks like maybe even only 1 card in Lilia's hand, which again might be a little bit of trouble here that Muroquist could be finding himself in.
I do think the winning line here is for sure, we're definitely charming this sprite away.
Yeah, less card draw the better at that point.
This is interesting to me. I think, yeah, you're drawing off the back off, but I really think the line is charm away the sprite. If they have a Defy, you stop it with your own Defy, and you're trying to dig for a Walker. Because I think the way to win this game is off of a Walker.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. And then, yeah, having the crab be able to die allows you to see your opponent's entire hand. And, like, one thing that's really nice, too, is that you can write down every single card that you see, and then you just cross it out, you know, kind of as your opponent is playing it. But that kind of hand knowledge, especially at this point of the game, is going to be incredibly important. So it looks like we actually do have, you know, a couple of cards in hand. I think I saw 3 cards in hand for the Lilia player.
Well, in this scenario, do you think we charm, or we use Charm 2.0 to get a free Ravenbloom trigger?
Yeah, just because we still have the counters potentially, but I don't know if I want to necessarily save the Defy for the following turn here. And looks like we are going to be setting up at this point.
Well, realistically, we need 1, 2, 3. We need 4 runes open. Which we easily have. We can still charm, have 2 more. Dig for another card. I think it's worth it.
I would just push the sprite away from the Black Flame. Is the Black Flame is the one that lets you draw a card on your upkeep by killing it? Is that it?
No, it
Or
gives. It gives. I'm pretty sure it gives your temporary shield plus.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're fine. Or it's shield +1. And
So,
so,
it gave shield in some.
Yes,
some
yeah.
too.
And so there we go with a singularity coming in just like that. Going to be able to
That's
pop both
huge.
things. Yeah, that's going to be a very expensive play, but again, you're going to be able to deal with things relatively easy
even-
there. And we
on guard doesn't. He was looking at it.
Mhm.
Doesn't get there.
Well, and that's the hard part too. You're going to be finding yourself that Ari is already struggling with finding units as it is. And now you're going in and saying, oh yeah, by the way, I'm blowing up what few units you have here. Now, it looks like another Diana was actually drawn here, so a little bit of a saving grace again, but I'm still looking at that clock and realizing how much time is going away.
I think this RA player needs to scoop because we just there's almost nothing you can do. Yeah, this hand does nothing to defend against the sprites. The sprites are coming out. We see a sprite. No, that's a smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors and 2 others, but all he has to do is pass. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, and it's GG at that point. So, yep, definitely a good answer there. But a lot of time, again, out the window at that point. And the Lilia had a really good comeback right there. I got to say, really impressed with what that Lilia was able to do. Ari was set up so incredibly well, but you were able to outlast the units that were being put out there. And Muroquist was able to bring it back where I thought, maybe would be struggling a little bit here. But now we're going into the side decks, and we'll see what both competitors are able to put in.
Yeah, I definitely think that the detriment of this Ari list, he looks very, very spell heavy. And I think that's what cost him the game is not having enough units.
Yeah, it definitely did because, again, what we were talking about earlier in this game is that you're taking over battlefields and you're holding. But that only goes so far. If you're having to worry about the spell removal, we saw how powerful that singularity was. And then to have your few units that you have get blown up. That's tough. And then on top of that, we had the Lilia signature spell being able to shut everything else down at that point. Here we go with the Lilia deck right here for you guys to
One
be
of
able to look at.
singularity. Oh, he drew it.
Yep. And so, I mean, I really like the idea of this deck. I think Hue is going to be one of the best cards, and you get to accompany that with Sprite Fountain. It is such a 2 very powerful cards coming from set 3 at this point. We saw the unchecked power be able to be used. We saw the singularity. I mean, come on. This is just a really good-looking deck right here. So, of course, they're not...
Rockfall's interesting.
No, the Rockfall is really smart. It's in the case of the LeBlanc.
That's right.
And LeBlanc was one of the most brought decks to this regionals. And so if you can stop LeBlanc from creating reflections in that battlefield, we've already seen the kind of impact that can have in this regionals already.
And Challenger TCG said Rockfall Path would never be good.
Yep. Well, I mean, they're able to be wrong a couple of times. So,
True.
And again, that's one of the most fascinating parts about this game. Challenger TCG literally does this full time. They make their calls, they make their predictions, but because of the versatility that this game is able to bring, something that you predict like that could just outright be wrong, and in this case, guess what? Rockfall's really dang good.
Oh, man. Yeah, he has almost no units. He has, 6, 12, 15, 16 with the Chosen Champ? That doesn't feel like enough.
No, doesn't.
And no Sona. Sona feels so broken in this deck.
Yeah, it really does. And Sona's actually been going up in price a lot lately, too, in this case. So, again, here we go with the Ari deck list here. And taking a look, I gotta say, not a lot of units necessarily. And missing out on that Thousand Tail Watcher was such a difficult thing to be able to watch. I mean, you got 2 costs, you got 3 costs, and then you have the sprites with the cat. other than that, you have your Thousand Tail Watcher as your finisher, and you're really relying on your spells. And you got to see what ends up happening when you do take out those units in the battlefield.
Yeah, especially the other thing I don't like about this list either. You queue into a singular Kaisa, and I think you're just getting absolutely blown out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Even more so than Ari already was into that matchup.
Yeah.
This list is so greedy.
Well, the hard part with that too is you're not necessarily even utilizing things like Not So Fast. If you ended up taking out maybe a couple of your bigger spells in this case, like instead of going for the Skyward and the Charm, you're really relying on a lot with both those cards. If you would have substituted the Skyward Strike, even 2 of them, for Not So Fast, that could have completely changed last game. And so I'm really surprised that that's not necessarily a card in this deck, especially when there are so many spells and unit abilities that target your units. So we'll see, though, but Digital right now has a lot to prove as we go into game number 2 of round 3. And I gotta say, though, I am really impressed with Abandoned Hall. But at the same time, that is definitely something that both competitors can be used. And that sometimes is the difficult part when you go into these kinds of matchups and, you see, and you see like these types of battlefields that could maybe even benefit your opponent more than your own. That's tough. So here
Also, if I need to bring my audio up, let me know.
No, your audio's fine so far.
Okay.
You were showing like starting yellow on my side, and even like you were matching my audio levels. So I was actually kind of surprised that they could barely hear you. Sometimes I think you are a little bit quieter if you back your head away from the mic. There was a couple of times where you were like distancing, but not severely enough that I was worried about it by any means. So, all right, we're going into game number 2. Looks like Digital is picking Grove of the Godwill and, of course, Rockfall Pass for Muroquis. So, again, what are you thinking? Who do you think is going to be able to win out this game number 2?
Well, looking at how well the Lilia player was able to pilot it and just bring that game out from a completely losing state, I'm putting my money on Lilia. I think this Ari list, after seeing it, is just too greedy.
Yeah, I agree there. That time you did sound really quiet. Let me see. I turned you up, though. Sounded like you literally switched mics. So, but with that being said, we'll get that figured out in a moment. But yeah, we'll go into game number 2 of round 3 as we go into it right here, right now. Again, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I did think that in the beginning that this was going to be Ari favored, and in reality, it probably is. But the difficult part is when you are so light on your units, that is probably going to be the biggest detriment of this Ari player here. And we're going to see if there is maybe a chance that they are able to bring the game back here in game number 2. Now, the hard part is, of course, there has been already a lot of time gone from the round. There were a couple of judge calls that ended up being utilized here, which means that there maybe is a couple of minutes added to the clock, but it's not going to be anything that is above and beyond there. So we'll see if, what's going to happen when we and if we go to time. But again, this is going to be really interesting to see if Ari is going to be able to come back against Lilia here. And it looks like we're actually already deep into the game at this point. 2-1, so we had a sudden jump ahead, oddly enough.
Oh, yeah, we're... Okay.
This was a big thing. We saw them side decking, and then all of a sudden now they're in it. So But this is going to be a big time play, having a smoke and mirrors coming in, so you're able to select, for example, the Lilia with a sprite in base or even a sprite in the other battlefield, switcheroo, and then, of course, another 3 might is going to be put out. This is exactly what Lilia was trying to get going in Game 1 before, of course, the Lilia got charmed in. So we'll see, but it looks like that -1 is not going to be able to do much here. I'm actually really surprised that the the Ari has also put in some gear destruction, because outside of the signpost, yeah, there's the sprite fountain, but that only gives temporary to a gear and then destroys it. And I don't think that sign was, or that sign or the sprite fountain was enough to constitute you adding that from your side deck into your main deck.
Well, especially, yeah, like, it moved the Lilia once, and then we just didn't see it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think, no offense to this RE player, but that turn to us is not correct at all.
So we'll see, but looks like is going to be adding the temporary, which is weird because it's just going to get destroyed at the start of next turn and make a unit anyway.
Right. I like it for, like, if we have Hui, then it's just like, it's in there. No way he's going to play it on it. What? So we hand rip ourselves.
Yeah, so interesting there. And then able to immediately go and gain another one. You could also get another 2 points here, going up 4-1. There's no units out on the battlefield or anywhere for that matter on Ari. Looks like the Lilia is going to be moving in again, creating another sprite token, and then passing. This is a big deal right here because now you have that unit permanent. You could get some good card draw on Grove of the Godwillow. This is exactly what Ari did not want to have happen here in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, Yeah, this is rough for Ari. Because, they play green Ari, and if they have any way to blow it out, then...
Yeah, we do have a 1,000 tail, but that is at 7 runes and not 8. You are 1 short at that point from being able to accelerate a unit out. But even if you were able to accelerate a unit, you're still going to be finding yourself having...
there it is.
Yep, there's the green Ari. But I don't feel like there's a lot of answers here to be able to accelerate it over or things like that. And so it might very well be. So this has been some very interesting gameplay choices here from Digital. But it might just be, I mean, again, guys, things to remember. This set has been out 1 week. That is it. And so this might be, not necessarily understanding how Sprite Fountain necessarily works. I mean, we saw that it wasn't even used in the Ari deck list in particular, and that could be a pretty big hit there too. And it looks like the Lilia is going to be pulling back, again, creating another sprite to be utilized there. That card draw is going to be so helpful from Grove of the Godwillow. But again, I think that might just be the little bit of mistakes that are going to be making from playing just a brand new set. And so we'll see what else is able to be done here. But again, we might be at a little bit of a loss here with the Ari as we go to 20 minutes left in round number 3. This is going to have to be a big turn for Digital to be able to come back into this game, but I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Here we go with the sprite. 2 sprites are going to be able to come in at this point. And one's going to be used to reinforce the Grove of the Godwillow, and then the other one... Oh, looks like we're actually going to be doing another 2 because the legend ability is only going to cost 1. And now, just like that, you have 6 might that is left to defend. And it's like, all right, here you go, Ari, what can you do? Now, the tricky part is Lilia is tapped out. So at least you have everything that you can utilize here to be able to try to take a battlefield.
It feels so bad trying to overtake because you know the Lilia players got unchecked power in his deck.
Yeah.
And you're just forced to do this or you just lose.
Yeah, and this is like, usually I do like to be a little bit more stern with the competitors and whatnot because of, them actually being at a regionals, even though we are all at different levels. But I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt here of saying that this is such a new set. You have just added 220 cards to the meta. And I really...
rules change on top of it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, that is so difficult to try to master at this point. And I mean, going in with the Thousand Tail Watcher is going to be a good move, but it looks like the Ahri is actually going into the other battlefield. Oh, because of the -3s. Yep, so going to be able to conquer both with relative ease. That was a great conquer to be able to use there. And then we have the unchecked power. So there's a chance that, things are going to get checked. Now, I'm not sure what card was hidden here. It might be, not Desert Call. What's the other one that brings everything back? The green card.
I think it was a back off.
Yeah.
You can hide back off.
Yeah, well, there's the green flash card. I forget what that's actually called.
Emperor's Divide?
Emperor's Divide. That's what I'm worried about what this is here. But it looks like, nope, it is a back off. You're exactly right, so good call there. But that would have been absolutely detrimental if you're... And I'm surprised also... I'm curious if that is in his side deck. Because after seeing like an unchecked Bower in Game 1, that is one I would definitely be putting. But right now, I think Lilia is in just a prime spot. You have Lilia that can now move into a battlefield, essentially. And then you have Sprite tokens that can just be made out of whim to be able to take the other battlefield. So there's a lot of potential here.
And another spell, this spell, all these spells are just hurting the Ahri player.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing is, I can definitely see this as an advantage against a much slower deck. If Ahri's able to go against that mid-range or, decks that really do take a long time, then I feel like that Ahri could be in a much better place, and why this competitor was able to go 2-0. But, when you are able to match a, Lilia or an Ornn against you, that's going to be one of the hardest matchups that you have to undertake here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that's the game.
And so here we go. We'll see if there's any answers. Again, green-blue doesn't necessarily have answers to stop these overtakes here. And even if so, still a lot of runes up. You can tap 4 to try to force out, a Lilia Sprite. I think that is going to be the play here. Nope, 3, sorry. 3 because you've already played out 1. So, and we are currently in day number 1 of this regionals. We had the pre-regional last night, and this is day 1, round 3. So, and yep, that is gonna be it as Lilia takes down the Ahri competitor. And man, that was a tough match. That was a really grindy game number 1 that Lilia was still able to take it away from. So a really good job there, but even still, again, I do think that it was just the lack of units that just really counters the Ahri deck when you are going against something so aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it definitely hurt having all those spells. I think if he had slightly more units, I think he can put up more of a fight.
Mm-hmm.
But Lilia doesn't have that issue. You can play all the spells in Lilia, and you're guaranteed a unit every turn, which is so strong, having a guaranteed unit.
And it's like, yeah, you're guaranteed a unit that has temporary. Yes, that really sucks, but at the same time, it's like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with, finding myself having a temporary unit if that means each and every turn I can possibly take out one of yours and on top of that still be able to score. So, yeah. Yep, and so we'll see how that ends up going. And then, yeah, this is also going to be really interesting, too. We have actually 2 regionals going on right now. We have one over in China and then one in Sydney, and they're essentially going at the same exact time. So we'll see how this is going to end up going here, as both these competitors look to be packing up. They're going to be doing a winning interview for the Ahri player. We'll try to tune into that. We do like to, support the winners of the round, definitely, and listen to what they have to say. And then we should be able to go into another round to be able to, or another game in the round to be able to finish out round 3. And so, again, I really like the Lilia here, and that it is able to, be that aggro deck with such versatility. But also, I love this deck because it is a great one for beginners to also utilize and still be able to have these kinds of impacts in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see how all of that ends up going. But again, if you want a really powerful deck that is like Lilia and better, I would say Ornn is the way to go.
That's one deck I really wanted to mess with just because of Pit Crew.
Yep.
And being able to move that rat around.
Nasty. I've been one of my teammates has been playing Ornn since set 2 and been able to do really good. He was 1 win away from getting the best of Ornn in Vegas. Here's actually the interview, but he switched over to the aggro Ornn, and he's loved it.
I honestly thought I lost the first game because it looks very dire, and I don't know how I pulled the win off, but I did.
Well, game 2 looked
Hey, do you mind
very
streaming
dominant. Is that
on
kind of the
Discord on
game
your
plan
end?
your
'Cause
deck
I
is
think I'm a little
expecting
bit
to
ahead
use
of
every
you.
game?
Not really, but most of the time I see Lilias being played very aggressively,
There we
but
go.
I don't feel like it should be played that way
Fresh
because
after this.
it's just a lot of counters will blow you out and you'll just lose right out.
Okay. So
Yeah.
how do you think Lilia should be played then? How should players be approaching the champion?
I played more towards a mid-range build. Yeah, I think they have seen my special tech, the signpost.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people know what it does.
Yep.
Every time I get
I
asked,
noticed the way in his deck too.
what
way
does the
with
signpost?
the
Yeah.
signpost seems.
Yeah, it looks
so-
good. I'm curious. So 40 legends in Unleashed.
Yeah.
How did you settle on Lilia for this event?
I love Lilia.
Yeah.
I love playing Lilia.
Okay.
I did play League, and I love playing Lilia in the game too because I love going fast.
Nice.
Yeah. This game of Riftbound, it's also on the faster side for Lilia. So it's just, right at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So what did you expect to play matchup-wise? What's a matchup you're not looking forward to facing maybe?
Aurora.
Aurora,
Yeah,
Aurora.
Lilia
Have
sucks
you
in
hit me
Aurora.
yet?
I played one during
Yeah,
the previous.
that matchup is nearly
I didn't see any
unplayable.
of
What do you think's
my,
worse, Vex or Aurora?
ways to take away their Aurora.
Yep.
I didn't see any ways to take away their units too.
Yep.
So
Aurora.
it's just very
Okay.
difficult to play because
tell
all
you
my
why
units
after
are
the
very
interview.
small.
Yeah. What matchups are you happy to see then? What do you want to pair into?
Honestly, anything other than Aurora.
Yeah, fair enough. So far so good. How are you feeling about your chances to maybe win the best of for Lilia? Obviously a lot of different best ofs on the table. How are you feeling given that your record's quite good early on in the RQ?
I will try my best.
Okay, well I think you're doing pretty well so far. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the cast.
All right, guys. So, yeah, that's going to be throwing back to the casters right now to be able to possibly go into another game. So, stay tuned for that. We're going to be giving you as much of the stream as we can in this case. So, really a lot to look forward to there. But all the same, I am very excited. So, we had a question that was, what would you rather go against as a Lilia player, Vex or Aurora? And I would much rather go against Vex. And the reason why I say that is, yes, both are not a favorable matchup whatsoever, but at least you can have certain responses going into Vex. You're gonna have your counters that you can try to utilize and things like that, that I think is really gonna be able to benefit you a little bit better.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. I see that now.
So whereas with Aurora, you have no way to necessarily target your opponent's units or your opponent's hand, so you can't necessarily get rid of anything in Aurora, and then you have to hope that you're able to destroy the gear and still take care of the unit. And really the only thing to do that is unchecked power. But if you unchecked power and they go abandoned, yes, it goes back to your hand, but you just spent 7 runes and 2 power to try to get ahead here in this case. And so it's like, that's not good. So here we go into the next game in round 3. We've been able to see a Lilia be able to take down a Ahri player there, and now we are going to be watching a tale that is probably going to become very notorious here, Aurelia versus Master Yi. And this is something that I really love to watch here. But there's something interesting. This is XP Yi.
I don't know how I feel about the XP. I just half your units become vanilla units towards like halfway through the game. They're doing nothing at that point.
Yeah, and that could be the tricky part here. But it was really interesting because yesterday in the pre-regional there was literally less than, or the XP Yi was literally less than Garen that was being brought to compete with. Garen had 3, XP Yi had 2.
In pre-RQ? In
the pre-RQ. Out of 719 competitors, 2 brought XP.
That's crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. And so, the one thing that can really help out the Yi at this point is going to be like the Ruin Runner might be a very good help here in trying to deal with things, but already the XP having to deal with the Vex is going to be a very difficult situation here. And also to answer your question in the chat too, currently we are in China, they are doing a best of 3 regional, so definitely something to keep an eye on there. In that case, the best of 1s are only for the city challenges and for their skirmishes and things like that, so not a whole lot to worry about there. Now here we go. We're going to probably see come in at this point. I'm guessing that's going to be a back off that could be coming in. We're going to be seeing the discipline. Ooh, the promo discipline, which looks so good on camera. Looks even better in real life. But yeah, it looks like that is going to be going through, going to be going up to 6. It is currently 6-6. Now, of course, this Aurelia still has time to wait. So, and yeah, it looks like they actually have the Star Tip Peak Showdown might off. It is currently 6-6, not 6-4. There's been nothing to minus the might. I think they're forgetting that Boots of Swiftness is on the Vex player, or on the Vex unit. There we go. They updated it. And so this is going to be a big one, because even if they do have a back off or anything like that, it looks like a discipline is going to be coming in at this point too. And that's going to be another +2 to go up to 8 potentially, unless there's maybe a Defy in hand from the XP player. And of course, knowing that Aurelia is now tapped out, you're more than happy to, see that. But here's the thing, the Defy might have been the bait. Oh, but it wasn't, because it was a Zhonya's Hourglass that was hidden and not a back off. So luckily the Vex is still going to be able to live here. And Yi currently has 1, no points, and also on top of that, no XP yet. And that is going to be one of the biggest things here that you're wanting to utilize, is getting that XP. Even just units getting +1 is a very big difference maker. And so another discipline at this point. So now it's no longer a trade. That's a good force out by the Aurelia player there. So the Zhonya's Hourglass is going to go through. The Vex is going to be moving back to base, and the Yi is going to be gaining 2 XP and 1 point. So not bad there.
Oh, we need that Vex gone.
Yeah,
that
it
Vex
is such a menace.
Problem.
Well, and here's the thing, too, because the Vex has an open battlefield where you can go into Sunken Temple, pay 1, be able to draw a card off of that, and be able to hold a battlefield. And then your opponents are just going to be in a big problem again. So we have another Yi that's coming out, a hidden card that's going in. Again, there's a lot that you have to be worried about here when going against an Aurelia. She has all the runes that she could want in this situation. And protection when you're only going, and the Yi's tapped out at this point. So if you have some kind of answer and you have a back off, yeah, you're set. This is Aurelia's turn.
I think the Aurelia player seals the game on this turn.
Yeah, I agree. Now again, if that's going to be a Zhonya's too, I'm not sure what was put down by the Master Yi in this case. If it's a back off, it's over. There's not going to be much that is able to be done at this point. Master Yi being tapped out, you're saying, I have no answers, because I can't play any answers. And so it's like, all right, cool. See ya, So that's tough. And then being able to give Aurelia another card. You never want to give Aurelia more cards than possible, And of course, in this case, it's unavoidable. But this is as much as Aurelia's game at this point. He's looking so good. I mean, heck, do you send the Poro in for the extra draw at this point? But at the same time, when all is said and done, you know, you definitely still can get some answers. So right now, it's currently 5-4, and we're going to have a Zonia's coming in. So maybe a little bit of a silver lining there. You're going to have 8 might to potentially attack him, but still, you're winning this combat as the Aurelia player. And you're going to be going up to 7. And he's going to probably leave all 7 runes up and just be like, all right. You know, move the Poro into a battlefield and then just leave your 7 runes up. And that is so intimidating, even just for the Master Yi to try to calculate, how do I deal with 5 cards in hand for Aurelia and 7 runes up? That is nigh impossible at that point to try. And it's eventually going to come down to that you just have to attack out.
Yeah, you just got to go and hope. Hope and pray.
Yep. But again, also having... Oh, go for it. Ooh.
Star-crossed.
That's a good play. And yeah, of course, you have to pick the Altart. You have to. That's, again, going to be another 3 runes, though. But that is still going to be leaving 4 up for the Aurelia player. And the Might is there, just has to hold one of the 2 battlefields. Bouncing back the Yi is a great answer, especially when he is completely tapped out. So, and he's already had to use one of his defies. Currently 4-6 at this point at the Sunken Temple. Going to be going up 6-6. And I mean, we've already seen a signature spell in Aurelia's hand. That's going to be a swing of 4 at that point, which could just absolutely shut down. Now, you're hoping maybe that you have, like, something along the lines of punch first, maybe? But, I mean, he could very well...
That's how you break through.
Yeah. But, I mean, if he has, like, the Aurelia spell to be able to swing for 4, and then plays out the stun, essentially, you know, as a bait for to get also rid of the punch first, potentially. Now, of course, we're theorizing, but still, you get the idea. You know, so, yep, there we go.
Finances the on guard easily.
So now just take that +2 and add it to the Vex.
I mean, do you necessarily need to in this scenario? Because you can just pump the Aurelia and make it big. But then again, she's not even threatened.
No, she's not
I think
even
we just need to
here.
keep the Vex alive.
Well, and the thing is, too, yeah, if you end up giving one battlefield here, so you are still going to be pumping up the Aurelia, and then you're still going to be going back 6-4. And so Aurelia is going to be getting the +3 at this point. 1 for being chosen, and then 2 from the spell itself. Oh, and then recycling a rune to ready her, too. Interesting. So that's smart, because, yeah, you're choosing her. So very well played there. Again, another might at that point. So the spell's going to resolve. And, of course, the target is enough, even if it gets countered. You know, you're still able to ready up on the target. So a very well done play there from Aurelia, being able to take down the XP Yi. But I gotta say, I'm really happy to actually see an XP Yi being used here, because again, it was something that we didn't see in the pre-regional, even though it is a really solid card. Or a really solid deck.
Yeah. That's one deck that I thought was going to be better than the +2 Yi for sure, just because it's static 1, but there's just not enough XP generation that's good.
Mm-hmm. No,
that's my only issue with it.
I get that too, and I've gone against XPEs in online tournaments that I've been entering, and it is a very tough matchup for me as the +2 Yi player, where it really came down to who ended up going first, essentially, because it was just such a swing back and forth. But the hard part is, I think where XPE falls short, whereas +2 really thrives, is just being able to utilize the ambush mechanics so much better. And I think
the orange Rengar is your best.
Yeah, and I think that's what really takes the +2 Yi to the next level, whereas XPE still good, but it's going to probably be a couple of sets before we see XPE really be able to flourish here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the thing. I pulled an overnumbered XPE legend. And I'm like, oh, it looks so good. Do I hold on to it, or do I sell it at that point? But it's like, it's such a tough choice. It looks so good. So we'll see. So I'm playing either Azir or Aurelia at my locals tomorrow. I haven't quite decided just yet, but we'll see what actually ends up happening. I love these animated cards.
That's so cool.
It's an easy effect, too. It's really easy.
Oh, yeah.
Once you build it out, it takes 5 seconds to add that to any card.
Oh, the Kozilek's eyes glowing.
That's
cool.
the same effect as the sabers. You know, it's just a dot instead of, it's funny. But, again, 5 seconds to do once you build up the animation. So, nice play. So, anyway, with that, guys, that is going to be round number 3, finishing up as we go into it. So far, 3 rounds, gone pretty well, all things considered. And we've actually had some pretty good diversity in the case of the matches here. I mean, even watching like an Ivern round 2, watching a Rengar round 1, and things like that. Even a Pyke. Oh, I felt so bad. I don't know if you saw this. There was a Pyke round 1. It was so sad. Did a Falling Star. Was targeting Vex. And guess what spell was used?
What?
Abandon.
Oh.
Recycle
These
4 runes and abandon.
Oh, these two cost power cards in a purple with abandon running around just feel so bad.
Yep. And so, you're going to be finding yourself crying about that for a long time, and you got to just feel so bad about that. But again, you got to be a little bit careful sometimes playing around that when you are taking such a big risk against a purple deck. Something like Abandon is something that you just need to kind of expect and be prepared for in that case. And so it's tough, but, that's how it is.
Well, do you like Abandon or Hard Bargain more?
I like Abandon a little bit more because it just Hard Bargain is good as a slowdown. Where a person is going to be paying for, and the spell will still go through. Whereas if you play Abandoned and they abandon a bigger spell, if you're doing like a Singularity, if you're doing a Unchecked Power, and you do Abandoned, it doesn't still go through if you pay the 4. Instead, it just goes to the hand and you have to deal with it next turn. But that can be enough of a game changer for you. So, and there we go with Diwali. That's going to be the winner of the Houston Regionals, the first regionals in the United States. Again, we don't know what deck he's playing yet. It seems like Riot is making sure to put a bunch of new legends on the spotlight table. Yeah, and I definitely think that is going to be their point. I mean, again, this is free publicity. So let's actually refresh this stream real quick, make sure that we are as live while we're in dead air right now. Oh, yeah, we're actually switching streams. I'm glad I refreshed. So, let's get that taken care of in that case. And then there's rounds 5 through 8.
Wait, I thought that was round 3, not 4.
Wait, that was
we
round
should
3.
still be on the old stream.
Yeah, you're completely right. Why did it disappear then? All right, guys. Well, let's get that taken care of. There it is. Yeah, it's still live because it went to a blank screen, or like that it was like the stream was over. It started over for me on the refresh. Didn't continue playing live.
Oh, interesting.
That was a weird blip. That's how it is. All right, welcome, guys. So, again, this is also one thing that I am curious about. I think this is when we really are going to see the power of Rengar, and I think that Rengar could see a price jump. It already has. It started at $13. It's now at about $20. But I think this could be the jump where we start seeing it at $30 to $35 if it ends up having a great showing with Master Yi.
Oh, I definitely think we're gonna day 2. We're gonna see that card being an absolute menace.
Yep, and that's going to be the biggest thing too. Is the Master Yis? They had one that was 5-0, and then guess how many they had that were 4-1 in the pre-regional yesterday?
I'm gonna say 30.
No, that's crazy. There's only 719 players.
Oh, 719?
Yeah.
16.
That's actually pretty close. It was 13. Ended up going 4-1. Now, of course,
That's
among
bizarre.
that is going to probably be 1 or 2 Aurora Yi. But in general, most are going to be mid-range Yi again. And he is back, and he is going to be a menace in set 3.
Well, you've definitely shown Peter in your testing. He's got nightmares.
Yeah. So, and I've given one of our teammates nightmares going against my Master Yi deck. I was able to defeat an Aurora at my last locals against a pretty formidable player too, which was awesome. That always feels really good. And it's also fun because I put in a Trinity Force in my main deck. And so even in general, if you hit a Trinity Force and then you make a Poro go up to 4 and suddenly you have to defend to 6 and I'm threatening scoring 2, in general is already really good. But then on top of that, if I'm also going to be able to, do that against an Aurora player, it just puts me in such a better spot. I've won games because I've done Aurora, going against Aurora, a Poro and a Trinity Force, and then I just protect the president kind of thing.
Well, especially if you stick it on a stalwart, you're defending 7.
Uh-huh.
It's so gross.
Yep, and so I don't run Stalwart because card draw is a little bit more important. But even still, really good option right there. And then I have all 8 of my cards are very good on my side deck to go into any other matchup necessarily. All 8 go into my side deck going against Aurora. And it's not so fast. Unyielding Spirits. The unit that destroys the gear when you play him. The green dude. The green 3.
Oh, Disarming Rake?
Yeah. Disarming Rake. And then all that stuff. Then I also have Repulse in the main deck. And that was one of the things that ended up me winning the game. Was I only had 1 unit out. Elder Dragon would come in, target that unit, and I would play Repulse, and just because it was targeting 1 unit, because that was the only unit available as a target, I could counter his ability. And then the following turn, I was able to do Unyielding Spirit to be able to stop abilities again and stuff. It was mean. And my opponent was just like, I lost to a Poro. And so it's like, yeah, sorry, my dude. Punch first and all that stuff. It's mean.
I don't think it's as bad as when I was testing set 2 with one of my buddies. I was playing a relay. He was on Victor. And I beat him with a singular Tide Turner that had some boots.
Oh, this is interesting. Most played units. We have Akshan, or the top 3. We have Thousand Tail Watcher, Vex, Apathetic, both definitely. Scuttlecrap, definitely. Akshan makes a lot of sense. Tide Turner, Disarming Rake, yep. Vile Maw, that's a little bit of a surprise because normally you're running like maybe a 2 of at most. Lonely Poro, Noxus Hopeful. Noxus Hopeful is actually kind of surprising too. And Plundering
The
Poro.
red fall off is insane.
Yeah, well, and that's why Azir is dominating so much right now too, because now there's very few decks that are blowing up all the gear. You're like, oh, here, I'll blow up the BF sword. Okay, cool. I still arise and create 5 units. So it's like Azir's in such a good spot.
Well, and you get the new 1 cost, so you're almost guaranteed a turn 1 play at this point.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh man, that deck is
Like I said,
ooh.
Azir has a 63% win rate as at the pre-RQ.
All right, you heard it here first. Buyer rises now before they go to $90 like Showstopper.
No, they're not ever going to be that high ever again. Luckily.
Hey, let me cope on this. I have extra.
Okay, sounds good. We'll strike that little hopium you have right there. But no, luckily not in that case. But that was one of the things when I did a start of the meta video. I was like, guys, Azir $70 deck to be able to build at that point, you know. It's going to be really good. You only got better. The one thing Azir really needed was some card draw. You got it, you know. And now you're able to just really take the game to your opponent that much more. And red has fallen away, you know, because of how powerful the rest of the meta is. And so Azir just skyrockets. Azir has a great matchup into a lot of the meta, especially Aurora. Has a really good win rate against Aurora. Here's actually the most played spells. I love these graphics, guys. They did a really good job on these graphics. I'm glad they spent some time doing this. But we have Defy, number 1. I'm covering it. 37%. Makes a lot of sense. Discipline, yep. Gust. Interesting that Gust is number 3. Followed by Charm, Sabotage, Salvage, Starcrossed. Not so fast. I really thought Starcrossed was going to be one of the most played cards. But I think that also is a little inclination as to what colors are being brought. And that we are seeing a lot more green. Green
I'm
and
kind of
orange.
surprised.
Green and blue. Because we have Lilia, that is a really great aggro. We have Master Yi, that is going to be using a lot of green. We have Vex, that is also going to be using a lot of green and some purple, you know, and so purple has kind of fallen a little bit off to the wayside, even though it is still probably one of the very powerful. Yes, finally these stats. Bye, guys. I'm disappearing.
Okay.
Boom. Okay, so we have LeBlanc that is at 83 decks. Or, no, this is from the pre-regional. Yeah, this is... Or, no, this is meta day 1.
No, this is... Yeah, this is
83.
today.
Yeah, this is it. That's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, because we had 57 of LeBlanc out of 719, so I think this is a much smaller regionals here. Master Yi being second most brought. Boom. That's awesome. Aurelia being at third by 1, 69. Nice. Just saying that right there. That's why Master Yi is the best deck right there. Gonna say it. Diana, what Alan is on, 51, 5% of the share. Vex, 50. Misfortune, 44. Victor, very surprising there again, had a 43% win rate in the pre-regional. Not the best. And then Fiora at 36. Fiora's really good, man. It's scary.
Well, there's so many ways to build her now, and all of them are so consistent.
Well, and here's the thing, too. You can build into a Rift Herald, and then Rift Herald dies, and you play out Elder Dragon for free.
Oh, that's...
You have to still pay the power.
Disgusting.
You still have to pay the power, but you get an Elder Dragon, you know?
I could care less about paying 4 power. Having Elder Dragon on the board, sign me up.
Yep, and so that's going to be something to definitely keep an eye on there, something that we're going to be watching closely. Lilia is going to be one of the decks I build here pretty soon, and then probably Fiora, because for those of you who don't necessarily know, after the skirmishes take place and things like that, then I start playing a different deck every week. I'm still definitely doing that this week because I'm trying to figure out what I want as my main deck. It's between Master Yi, Azir, Diana, and Aurelia currently. You know, what's
I want to see you main that Yi. I want to see you main
I
that
love
Yi.
that Yi.
You're gross on it.
I love that Yi. It's awesome. I love it. It's also just so fun to play. My only gripe about it is sometimes your turn 2 is so difficult, like, because if you your turn 1 play is sometimes difficult because you're only running 6 2-drops, and so that can sometimes really hurt you there.
Well, have you considered bumping up to 8, or are you just going to keep it at the 6?
Debatable, because your mid to late game is just so good. If so, I would take out the Nidalee, 1 Nidalee, and then maybe 1 spell to be able.
This is what's his bucket? This is the Annie player from over in China, right?
I think so. Once we see the name, I'll know for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the Annie player that won over in China. What was it? Was that set 1 or was that set 2?
No, China totally skipped Annie set 1.
That's true. Yeah,
Yes.
No, you're not wrong.
They totally did.
She didn't exist over there.
Yeah, until America figured out how great Annie was. It was all Yi and Kaisa set 1, and that was it in China.
Yeah, so yeah, it was set too.
So here we go, guys, going into round number 4. We'll see what is able to be done here as we are going to be having 2 very interesting competitors. Again, we've already had a very diverse legends that have picked. Riot has not disappointed. They do tend to disappoint maybe a little bit more in day 2, where they always pick like the Aurelia versus Draven matchups turn after turn after turn for some reason. So hopefully they'll do better on day 2 with this, but I love the diversity they showed day 1.
Well, we've got a Victor and whatever legend he's on.
Yeah, and if he's on Annie, then that's going to be a really tough one. You're going to have to rely on avoiding a lot of the stuff, but looks like a Vex.
Oh, he's on Vex.
All right, this could actually be a really interesting matchup. Also, China loves Edge of Night. It's funny because on the English side, we don't really care for it all that much, but Edge of Night is like one of the staples over in China, and I can definitely see an argument for it, but even if you're playing purple and it doesn't necessarily fit in the deck, you're still going to find competitors in China that still run as a one-of, so interesting there. So Vex is going to be interesting, though, especially if we go against a Victor. There's going to be some interesting card choices that can really devastate the board here. So we'll see what that is going to have entail for us as we go into this, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Oh, the amount of hidden. He has what? 3, 6, 12. Oh, the amount of hidden in his deck is absurd. Are we just watching green, purple Teemo? Teemo just isn't blue anymore. He turned to green.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, too, is the blue-purple color combo allows you to have 39 hidden cards in set 3 now.
Oh.
Just so you know, in case you didn't know, I did the math. I built the deck. Yes, 39 hidden cards. I do 36 hidden cards and 3 Nocturnes.
Oh, okay. Well, Nocturne's a hidden card at this point.
Oh, yeah.
You're playing him in the showdown as hidden.
So yeah, we'll see how everything is getting started here on what they're doing. Looks like the Mulligan is getting started.
This feels like such a hard matchup for Vex because Victor just doesn't care. He says, "Cool, you want to hold? Let's just kill everything."
Well, and that's going to be the big thing here is you're going to be hoping that you're going to be able to have some defies, some not so fasts to try to stop. The defy is going to be able to stop the Call of the Weeks and things like that. I also really like having Sprite Fountain. I would personally want to put that up to 3 in particular because when you're going second, if you throw down a Sprite Fountain, move into the battlefield, then tap 1 to create a token or a 1 might token on the flip side, then you're essentially going up to 3 points on the following turn, which is just absolutely insane. And so I think this is a very good deck for going second just because of that Sprite Fountain and Victor Legend combo there.
Well, you also compare the Sprite Fountain with a Salvage. Yeah, you full D-ramp a turn, but you draw a card and you double conk. If you absolutely need the speed, you have it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. And so that's going to be one of the biggest things. And then, of course, we don't have any Thousand Tail Watcher, which is kind of interesting there, too. Especially with the Bellows Breath being main decked, you don't have really much of a way to mitigate the might of units. But still, sometimes really only dealing 1 to 2 damage on a unit is enough to be able to attack in then and trade and then really capitalize on that, especially if you're going to be playing a lot of sprites like this Victor list does.
Yeah, no Watcher's very interesting because that feels like such a strong power play in that deck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Especially.
And so we'll see. And it looks like that this regionals is not nearly as full as like what we had in Vegas and stuff like that. But looks like is going to be going second. Already a great turn. No 2-drop for the Vex in particular. And you don't want to risk playing. Well, I mean, you could risk having the Vex come in. At this point, you have the Zhonya's Hourglass, but still, you could go on the following turn, salvage, and then call.
I don't hate the sneaky play here. You definitely need to start putting points on the board because if you just let the Victor player double conk for free, you're gonna be so far behind.
Well, and the battlefield that we have right here is fortified position, meaning that now that that Sneaky Deckhand is going to be at 5. Or, sorry, yeah, it comes in at 3, right? 3 or 2? 2. So it'll be at 4.
Yep, shield 2. That feels great.
Yeah, that's going to be a really powerful play right there. And that's a bit of a risk, though. I mean, well, because you're hoping that you
We
get
just
a
answer
drop.
deadly.
Yeah. And it's like, also, if he ended
Oh,
up...
there's a Watcher.
There is a Watcher there. Did we miss the Watcher in the deck list? I didn't see a Watcher in the deck list. Unless it was in the bottom left-hand corner. Let me check. It might have been in the bottom left-hand corner. No. I don't see a Thousand-Tail Watcher. I'm looking at the deck list right now. Oh, wait, nope, there it is. We missed it. We are so blind.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's up by the coal.
We are so blind.
How did it, what?
I'm normally used to them putting it at the end. You know, or like the expensive units at the end of the list. So.
Right.
All right. So, yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see what Victor can maybe do to try to get back into the game and deal with the Sneaky Deckhand. There is still 1 up, so there is a chance that you have to play around a Defy at that point. But, I mean, you can still do like a Wages of Pain or something like that. A unit's going to be coming in, so we might be expecting a Cole. And that could be a very solid play there, too.
Oh, he tapped out wrong.
Nope.
Oh, no, Xin Zhao.
He did
Okay.
fine. Xin Zhao coming in ready is going to be big. But at the same time, now you're sending in both units. And if there's like a Discipline or something like that, too, you're going to go to 4, then you can go to 6, and it's a trade. And that could be something to really set back the Victor player here a little bit, too. Because you lose both.
I really expected him to just deadly flourish it.
Uh-huh.
Burn the Zonias. Oh, there's a Stupefy.
Yep.
But we do see, there's an On Guard and a Discipline.
Mm-hmm.
So we can still On Guard and trade.
Yeah. Yeah, so, well... No,
oh, no.
that'd be at 5. That'd
because
be
it's
at
only
5.
+2. Yep.
Quick math. So it looks like he is going to be going for the On Guard here.
Once that Xin Zhao dead.
Yeah, but I mean, you're still going to be giving the Victor a gold, and in something that's already a very power-hungry deck, that still doesn't feel great, but at least you're dealing with the 4 might. And, of course, the Sneaky Deckhand is going to be moving back to base. There are probably going to be additional buff cards. Yeah, we do see a couple of cards. And, I mean, this is going to refill the Vex's hand, too, on top of that, because you're going to be able to go with the stacked deck into a Discipline to be able to deal with things, especially with this Victor being tapped out. But now you're going to see the fortified position really kind of make it difficult for something like Sneaky to be able to come back in.
Because that Poros at 4.
Mm-hmm.
So even a Discipline doesn't match.
Yeah, you'd be trading in at that point.
Maybe it's we leave the Poro alone, we go and fight the Victor, but then again, you just send the token in, the Sneaky Deckhand 0, so either way, it doesn't feel good.
Well, and this is why I like the battlefield for Bidding Waste, because it's going to be, if you're defending alone, your unit gets -2. And so, yeah, you're going to be able to take over this battlefield pretty easy as the Sneaky Deckhand. But then something like your 1 might token can now attack into the same battlefield on the following turn and be able to make that Sneaky Deckhand now a 0 to a 1. And if anything, that's going to get your opponent to use cards that they maybe want to save for more important situations and get them to, you know, waste that essentially to just keep a unit alive. So we'll see. Here we go with the stacked deck. That is going to be very helpful on trying to find a much-needed card. We see another Discipline in hand. This is one of my favorite plays. So Aurelia, this is one of my favorite games of what card is in their hand, you know, where we get a very obscure angle of a card and we figure out what one it is. And, of course, it's the one that we did not see.
It looks like it was the Last Rites.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Good call. 5 points. So,
what do these points get me?
Oh,
Do they give me cookies?
A firm handshake.
Oh,
not
I'll
a
take it.
limp handshake. It's going to be a firm one.
Okay.
So it looks like the Vex is going to be coming in right there. Now, no longer defending alone. Still has 1 rune up. So could be saying, hey, I possibly have another Unguard in hand potentially. But even with that, even just now having the Vex that is having the Defy going for it is very interesting. So you could try to go in and take out this Sneaky at first. The hard part is the deflect is so difficult.
Well, if we have a Stupefy paired with this Deadly Flourish, we cleared this battlefield.
Yes.
This battlefield's gone, but it doesn't look like we have one.
No.
Had a Hidden Blade on the end?
Yeah, there's a Hidden Blade and that spell that deals, is it 3 damage? And if it dies this turn, you create a gold, or is it 4 damage?
I believe it's 3 damage.
I believe it's 3. And so, I mean, you're still able to take out the Sneaky deckhand.
But it might be 4, because I remember it being like, oh, you could just replace Void Seeker and Kai'Sa with this.
So,
let's see. I know I have it in here somewhere.
Yeah, are you looking through your stack of cards too? I should just pull a Piltover, but I'm even more lazy. I'd rather look through a stack of cards.
Deal 3 to an enemy unit when it dies this turn. Play a gold gear token exile.
Okay, cool. So it is 3. That is a big deal.
Well, it's 3 anywhere, which is
that's
even
powerful.
better.
Yeah, that's so powerful.
Oh, Hidden Blade on the Vex.
Ooh. And no Defy in hand. So that was a little bit of a risk, especially because you had to, sacrifice not only the gold, but also 1 rune for the deflect in that case. So maybe a bit of a risk there, but it could be paying off, especially now. And he did have the Defy in hand. Or no, he drew the Defy and the Unguard. So now the Unguard could be coming in. And, of course, he still does have an action that could destroy the Sneaky at this point. Oh,
the Chakram.
Love that. Being able to add shield 1 now to the token unit.
I don't know why he's putting the +2, because he's got -2 right now. So he's just the 2-might unit.
Yeah, I think he didn't realize. I think he meant to put -2. In that case. Or no, maybe he did mean the +2 and still was able to take out the 1-might token. Interesting.
Is it bad of me that if I was on stream, I would be finding every chance I could to slip those might dice in my deck box?
That's stealing.
I love those dice.
That's stealing.
If you get caught.
So maybe wait till the California regionals where you can get in less trouble for that. So never commit crimes in a foreign country.
True.
Lesson learned there, not personally, but I've heard stories.
Oh, okay. I was about to say you got stories of your own.
Nah, I keep to the law best I can.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like, we got some interesting cards in hand to be able to prepare the Vex for the next turn. But right now, I mean, Victor is looking relatively good right now. Been able to deal with the answers that Vex has been able to dish out. Vex hasn't been able to necessarily hold at this point. And, we might see that, this next turn. I mean, this is going to be a very important turn for Vex coming up, because you need to not only be able to build up your board state, but try to also slow your opponent down from continuing to get further and further away and out of reach. I mean, we're going to be potentially going up now. Ooh, this is the end game. It's already at 6-2 in this case. And so the Aurelia coming down, it's like, well, and that is going to be it. It's just going to be the Aurelia being played and a pass.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a very quick turn. Okay.
Oh.
But this is very risky. I mean, you're getting...
If we have any way to kill this Aurelia, I think it is just game.
Yeah. So he's going to be bringing both units back, and I mean, rightfully so. He's got the time. But the hard part is, too, it's like, yes, I might not be able to hold right now, but the thing that I am so worried about is maybe what Vex can do when trying to defend here. I mean, Vex could take both battlefields and then just be like, oh, yeah, by the way, I'm going to leave all my runes up. Here you go, pass. You know, and that alone can already be pretty intimidating to try to go against at that point.
Mm-hmm. Well, we just see more development from the Victor player, which I don't hate because he has the turns.
Uh-huh. Well, and also, if he has the Imperial Decree in hand, GG, my friend. That's it, you know? And that is one of the combo pieces that you keep.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what the Bellows Breath is for.
Mhm.
I don't think it's so much for the Watcher. I think it's for that decree.
Yeah. Well, and both are
That
really
combo,
good in that case. Because one can
that
get
combo
sniped,
is insane.
Yeah, because one can get sniped out of your hand relatively easily. Like the Imperial Decree is always going to be picked. But if you have the Thousand Tail, you know, you have another way to be able to utilize it. But yeah, the Imperial Decree is the best way to use it, though it is very power hungry.
Well, we may see that Purple Vex already coming back.
Yep. And so it looks like we have the sword that is being equipped, the shovel that is going to be going in. I mean, that's a total of 6 now, going up to 8 for Aurelia, which is already just crazy enough as it is. I think he said no cards in hand. Oh, no. If the Victor has no cards in hand, right? No. Because he showed his hand like, he put his hands up like, I have no cards in hand.
It's by the Chakram. I think he was saying he had no runes open.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see.
Because he had the Watcher and such. We haven't seen those cards gone.
Yeah. And so I think you're right there. So looks like he is going to be going and playing the Vex out to that battlefield too. So it's basically saying, hey, by the way, anything at this point is now going to be coming in stunned. Now the big thing is, if you still play even like a Thousand Tail Watcher out at this point, you know, yeah, you don't have to accelerate it out, but you're still minusing 3 to everything. And there's the fear right there. A hidden card.
That was the Evelyn.
Yeah, dealing... Or, yeah, because you get the move if it doesn't get revealed, and you reveal it on your turn.
So, you move and stun.
Yeah. But still, you know, of course, right now, Squeech doesn't know that currently. And essentially, when you hide a card, especially as a Vex, you're initially just going to be thinking it's back off. You know? And how can I play around that? He does have the Coal of the Week in the hand. So you could blow up the Sneaky with the spell that deals 3 damage, and then Coal of the Week. The hard part is, though, if your opponent has any Defy, which we know that he does, then, you know, GG there, you know, kind of thing. That's going to be very difficult. Vex doesn't have ganking, though. So you very well could also even just want to threaten moving everything over to the other battlefield and then just be reactionary, though that is very dangerous against Vex. Especially when you're giving another card for the hold.
Well, you never can be reactionary against Vex because I think they're always just going to have better tools. Their deck's just built for it.
Yep. So this is going to be a very difficult point right now, trying to figure out what to do. And I mean, we're only 13 minutes into the round itself, too, so this hasn't really been that long of a game 1 here.
Well, the other thing that feels worse as well is, yeah, you go kill Sneaky. There's no way you're calling either of these units because you just play the Evelyn and say, cool, anyways.
Oh, gosh, yep. So, I mean, this is going to be a very, needs to be a very calculated turn here.
Well, I think, yeah, definitely taking this. I don't think we have enough might to clear the other one. I think we're definitely deadly flourishing this Sneaky. Clear it off the board. Don't allow him to retake. He has to move a unit back. And then we Coal the Week. Force out this Evelyn early. Then he doesn't get it on his turn. I just think we're required to do it at that point, and then we just have to dig for a way to kill this Vex and be able to play the Watcher. I think is the winning line. Is killing the Vex and playing the Watcher out. Is how we get there.
Okay. So let's see then what is able to be done. I mean, we're getting guaranteed the 1 point, which is good. That's definitely good to see.
Yeah, I think in this scenario, I think I'm flourishing the deckhand, and then I'm calling, forcing the Evelyn, and then you're forcing the Vex player to have any way to interact with that recruit.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the big thing here. Is
what's going on the Vex?
A little risky there. Wonder if he's.
I don't hate.
Yeah.
I don't hate this line either, because at worst you just say, "Cool, I'm gonna send a recruit and honest, and just clear this Vex." So you have to send so much might to guarantee. Because that's the only problem. If we can clear this Vex, but I think clearing this Vex without clearing the last rites is pointless. We're wasting cards.
Yeah, and
to
you've
accomplish
already
almost nothing.
Yeah, you've already used a lot of the cards on your turn too. And we still also have a switcheroo that we could even play out at this point too.
Well, I think we're gonna see just discipline.
Yeah, discipline and discipline and defy are just gonna be game ending in case there is any response. So it looks like it's gonna be a full commit. I think this is gonna be what decides game number 1. Right here. I mean, rightfully so. It's 7-3. But I think if the victor ends up losing this showdown, he's going to have too little to be able to keep going.
Yeah, I don't like this line, because not only that, he's basically going to be able to completely prevent the hold with the Evelyn. And now our Watcher's still dead because we don't get a Vex. Yeah, it's not a great spot.
Yep, and now the fortified position is going to be coming into effect too. And so
Correct.
The Aurelia
so we
is
go
going
to
to be
11.
chosen. Yeah. And the hidden card still isn't going to be revealed, because why not? I mean, everything else is still going to be, killed anyway, so we even still have the hidden card at that point. And it's like, well, what do I have to show for it? That's going to be a big game changer right there.
We just need to hope to find a way to kill this Vex and be able to play a Watcher next turn.
But I think...
Which...
Yeah, we could.
Yeah. Well, 9 runes, there's nothing that you can for 1. Unless it's... Yeah, no.
One thing that
to be able to play the Watcher, yeah, no, I don't think there is a way to do it.
Yeah. One thing I do like about like the Call of the Week is that you could reveal your hidden unit and then sacrifice them anyway. And so it looks like he is just going to be going full in on recreating, his backfield. Fine, rightfully so. He's got a little bit of time to be able to buy. But, yeah, then he's going to be activating Shovel and the Vex. That's going to be drawing an extra card for the turn and being able to play a unit from the trash. So Vex very well could be coming right back and being played to a battlefield. And if so, you're just, you just wasted a lot of units, and now you have to deal with the same threats again anyway.
Uh-oh, he's getting ahead of himself. Well, no, he's not. No,
he's doing it right. I think he was double checking just with the judge on order. So.
Yeah, this Victor player accomplished nothing.
That's the hard part. Well, and again, this might be a matchup that he hasn't necessarily really played into, and I mean, again, we're going in 1 week, and there's a lot of competitors that do practice and play online. They have their play test groups. They're figuring out deck tech. But, for the average player, a new set comes out. Even if I am planning on going to a regionals, I might not be playing with a new set 3 style deck just yet, so this could be a brand new matchup for him at this point. And so the Victor being taken over with the Evelyn is going to be a big difference maker right there. And I think that is going to be sealing game number 1 at this point. Especially being able to say bye-bye to the Victor. Because, yeah, Evelyn specifically says that when you play me from face down on your turn, you may move an enemy unit to a different location to my battlefield. And then, of course, on top of that, it has backfield, too. So the Victor's going to be moving over. Now, that's not going to be enough to kill the Aurelia. Could kill the Vex, though, so... Oh, no, the Vex is going to get the +2.
You can't kill anything.
So, because of backfield, too. That is very well done there. Why Vex is going to be that menace of this regionals, and especially of game 1 going against this Victor. Again, I mean, there was a big point deficit at this point, and it is all coming down to, can Victor find the necessary answers? And I mean, really, it's going to be coming down to, can you just find the Imperial Decree? You have the units. Now maybe not with the cat. Now you have way too much that you have to deal with.
Well, I think if we had a way to find Imperial Decree Bellows Breath, I think we could do it. But I don't think we have a way to do it.
And yeah, Laszlo, I'm going to be trying to go as long as I can. We're currently at 11:20 my time, and going to be doing my best to stay up for however long we can. But all the same, I still need my sleep, because we're going to be probably trying to stream till 4 or 5 a.m., but we'll see. Because I really want to do the top cut tomorrow. That's a lot more important. Ooh, there's the Sprite Fountain. That was about the top deck that you needed to find at this point. That's going to be a good difference maker. But again, you still have the Thousand Tail Watcher that could come in accelerated to try to make that big finish here. But 4 runes up.
Yeah, Sprite Fountain does nothing. Watcher does nothing. Oh, this is rough. Yeah, I'm trying to see a line. I don't think there's a line. Because he would have to draw Bellows Decree.
Yep. And so that's going to be the big thing, too. Just the 4 runes up, the cards in hand. You're thinking there's just going to be ways for them to be able to deal with things. And so it looks like going to be trying to test the waters, potentially.
Don't tell me he forgets about Mauser. Okay, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't, luckily. But any buff at this point.
Well, we know he has discipline. He's had it since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, so I mean, if there is any on guards, anything like that, there's the discipline. Yep. So, I mean, immediately, you know, you're going up to 5, so the sneaky is still going to be there. That's going to be another card draw there, and especially it being Boots of Swiftness, this game's as good as over at this point. I think. I think the Vex has had an amazing climb back to the top at this point.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, if I'm the Victor player in this scenario, I'm going next. Save time on the clock.
I think also we needed to just force the either you have it or you don't, you know, and play out the Thousand Tail Watcher accelerated and attack into the battlefield and just try to hold. And if they end up having the stun with Thousand Tail Watcher, they have the stun, you know, and that's fine. That's just how it is. And so, I mean, now this almost feels like maybe a little bit of a desperation play. The Fountain, the Sprite Fountain is almost a dead card now at this point. And a sneaky deckhand, or sorry, is going to be switcherooed and going from 0 to 1 because of the battlefield. I mean, a great use of sneaky deckhand to be able to switcheroo with that. Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, I think that seals the deal. There's just no way to kill this Vex.
Nope.
This Vex is just unkillable.
Oh, yeah, so, because, yeah, that's going to be the big thing. The Vex was going to stun everything coming in. Ugh.
Yeah, so, and he has Sprite Fountain, Watcher.
Yep.
Those do almost nothing.
Those do literally
Cold a week.
nothing.
Sure.
So, Thousand Tail going up to 7, again giving Vex the chance to draw 2 cards and hold again. And all those runes. Well, and also you have the Boots of Swiftness, where you could even like move Aurelia over, or wherever you really want to apply the boots. Oh, and then playing out the cat again from the shovel.
I think the cat there is incorrect because I think we just full stack on Fortified. We're at 7 points, and we just force the Victor player to say, cool, you better have it.
Yeah, that's tough because I could definitely see an argument for both. We do have the answers now to deal with Imperial Decree, and
right, Double Defy.
Yeah. We also know that he doesn't have necessarily very many cards in hand. I think the opponent knows that he only has 2 cards in hand. So I think we're in a decent position, all things considered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Vex player is definitely sitting very, very pretty.
And so I really think that Squeech just needs to say, okay, game 2.
Yeah, we're just burning time. I don't see why we are. We're going to be behind. Oh, another cat. Oh.
Yep, Evelyn surprisingly moving back. But again, you're able to now tank the cat with the shield +2 to go to 5 with tank. No, like, okay, cool. GG, my friend. Let's go game number 2. So, yeah, I mean, did he top deck the Imperial Decree? I think I saw. We might have seen that.
Well, we need Imperial Decree, Bella's Breath to be able to do it.
And that's the hard part, I think, to put a little insult to injury. Because, yeah, you're just, I mean, and again, the Vex has even 3 up, even at that. So, a Sprite Fountain, again, a dead card. 7-7, you're not going to be able to take both battlefields. I do appreciate that Squeech is trying to find his lines, trying to make sure there's no way for him to get rid of, or, to stop game number 1. This is maybe a little bit of a time, though, where you could tell Squeech to maybe hurry it up a little bit if you're worried about slow playing, because this already has been maybe a 32-minute game. And it feels like this game is almost as good as dead. But, I mean, even still, this isn't necessarily a point to even be able to call for that. But, I mean, again, another switcheroo to be able to answer there. And, I mean, you can just pick the Thousand Tail and the Sneaky at that point. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, this game is over.
Switcheroo absolutely putting in work this game. I mean, this was a come from behind at this point, and we're able to see just what this Vex deck was able to do.
Yeah, I don't know why Squeech is sitting here still. For what reason?
Yep, and there's the Imperial Decree, so the damage is still going to be dealt. Though it doesn't necessarily matter here because you still can't get over the tank. Because you didn't -3 this turn. Yeah, so you're still not able to get over the tank by any means.
Nope. It's not ruled like Elder Dragon. They're read completely differently.
So, well, normally, I thought they did change the rule where now you can split damage.
No, it's only for the Elder Dragon, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
It's not for Decree, because Decree is any damage that takes, any unit that takes damage. Elder Dragon just makes any damage lethal. So that's why you're able to just assign 1, 1, and 1. Because it's turning that damage into lethal, and you have to assign lethal damage to do so. And Decree doesn't say that.
Yeah, so that's going to be the end of game number 1. So, I mean, rightfully so. That game took probably an extra 7 to 10 minutes past what it maybe should have. But again, that's perfectly fine. Trying to check all your lines, make sure that you have your ways out. But well done from the Vex player being able to bring it back. I mean, there was a, 2 to 7 point difference in the score, 2 to 7. And then to still be able to build up your battlefield, hold a couple of times, and man, that Vex put in absolute work.
Yeah, that purple Vex is such a strong card.
So, I mean, now this is going to be a big turn, trying to go in with the side decking and get things taken care of. That's going to be helpful for both competitors. I don't know necessarily. I mean, you could argue to, put in maybe some not so fast on specific cards at targeting, but we don't necessarily know what side decking these opponents have. We just know what their main deck is. I know sometimes they have that graphic, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
We might. Oh, we don't.
Oh.
Because some regionals, they do show the side decking too, which is really interesting. But that also, I kind of don't like that they show the deck lists, because that can also even be a little bit to your detriment, where now your deck list is blasted and you're in like round 3, kind of thing. And it's like, well, if someone else is watching and being like, hey, dude, this is what this guy's playing, and I mean, however rare that might be, you're only playing against one opponent each round, but still, your deck list is out there, and I think that could be even minor, a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's one thing. If I got offered on stream and it wasn't like, if it was like the last round going into top 8, sure, you can see it. But I think if it's early round, I might just deny the stream. Just be like, no, I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I would, for me myself, being a content creator, I would say yes regardless.
Right.
Just because I am
the content's there.
Yeah. That's the hard part too. And I don't know, because I have been able to play in front of the camera before, at a high level, and it's been, it's good. I definitely think that it can be also good practice for you. Yes, you're in a real life scenario at least, but it can be good practice for when you are feeling more pressure, because even just with the cameras on you, it adds a sort of, can add a bit of a stress or anxiety to the game, and that can really help you out when you start getting to that late game trying to make top cut, because you need to keep a cool head in that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, but we'll see. Again, though, this is going to be a very tough matchup for Victor. We got to see that the first round ended up taking about 30 minutes. And so, again, this has potentially the threat to be able to end in a tie. But if not, and if we end up going into a game 3, then I think the advantage might be a little bit in Victor's favor on trying to be able to score those early turn points to try to get up by 2 to be able to secure a win in round 3 due to time.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how that ends up going.
Yeah, he might be able to end this one quickly,
but
it is to be seen.
Yeah. Yep, no kidding there. So, again, though, here we go into round 4, game 2, Vex versus Victor. And we'll see what is able to be done against these two competitors. Vex taking game number 1. Now we have Abandoned Hall and Arena's Greatest. So everyone is going to be starting with 1 additional point, and it looks like Victor might be trying to get moving a bit quick. Now, of course, we do have the salvage and the boots in hand, so, I mean, we at least have targets at that point. Really good to be able to see. But is that going to be enough for Victor to be able to get into this game and to get moving?
Well, I hate to do it, but I've been up since 5. I'm going to call it.
I'm hearing excuses instead of seeing results, though. I'm kind of disappointed.
What, disappointed in me?
Yeah. I mean, what? You still have your youth.
I'm getting old, man.
Dude, how old are you?
24.
No, that does not count. Caffeine still works on you. Don't give me that crap.
I didn't say it didn't, but
I know. I used to be able to pull all-nighters. I can't do that anymore.
oh, Bewitching.
Yeah.
Who cited that?
That's really interesting. I love that. Okay, go to bed. I
All
don't
right.
need you.
I appreciate you letting me hop on stream.
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, no worries.
All right. I wish you luck in
Oh,
getting
thank
to the
you.
rounds tonight.
Gosh, no kidding.
All right. Peace out, chat.
See ya. So yeah, with that being said now, guys, it is me taking this solo. So we'll see how that ends up playing out here. But again, starting with a Bewitching Spirit, when you play me, choose a player, they discard 1. So that can be something to really slow down the opponent. Also got him to discard the Bellows Breath, and that was even with an Imperial Decree in hand. So a big combo piece that ended up being taken out. But again, one of the biggest worries that you're worried about, Vex, is that you're going to be having the Defies, the not-so-fasts. And there's so many outs with spells in particular that you're going to be finding yourself in a really difficult place trying to play around these kinds of answers here. And so, again, he's going to be having 3 up. That makes me, if I was a Vex player, I'd be like, okay, probably has, like, the Wages of Pain. Might be trying to deal that 3 damage here, and we'll see what ends up happening. But even still, going to be able to try to hold at this point, going up to 3 and then 4 on the attack afterwards. And that could be a big difference maker here. But we'll see. It's going to be difficult. But I think that he is still going to be in a great place on trying to take this. But again, now with the Aurelia coming down, this could be absolutely devastating, especially if we are able to add something like the Swiftfoot Boots to make it really difficult for us to be able to take down units. And of course, in the Vex's mind, you always got to be worried about, does he have the Call of the Week or cards like that could very well be hindering us by a great deal. And so we'll see. There's a lot of potential here on what could be happening. And the best way to find out is by just playing through it. Now, of course, again, the Mind Splitter could be another great mechanic added into the game, in this game at least, being that we've already had our opponent discard one of their cards, and then on the following turn, we play out a Mind Splitter and are just like, oh yeah, by the way, you get rid of one of your other answers. And it's maybe something that the Victor player himself is not anticipating and something that we have to try to then play around. So we'll see. But it is going to be a very difficult matchup nonetheless, especially when you continue to see all the cards that Vex is able to put in hand. And the funny part is, too, it's like a lot of times when we're trying to theorize what our opponent could be having in the other hand, we always go for like the worst case scenarios because that's usually, of course, the safest way to go about that. And we're usually like our last thought is, oh yeah, they totally have a bricked hand. No, that's like best case scenario, and that's very rare, especially for both of these heavy drawn decks. So we'll see how this actually ends up playing out. And that's the hard part. Does Victor generally have a favorable matchup against Vex? Let me actually find out here. Because I do have the deck list. Again, Victor had a 43% win rate yesterday at the pre-regional. And so, I don't know. That's going to be the biggest thing. I'm pulling up the stats right now. Vex going against Victor. Vex going against Victor. Oh, had a 25% win rate yesterday at the RQ, but that was only winning 1 out of 3 matches. So there wasn't necessarily a really big pool not necessarily. Imagine I didn't say that a second time. In that case. So still though, that is definitely something to raise a brow at. Vex actually has a lot of really tough matchups. 33% win rate against Draven yesterday. 33 against Aurora. 36% against Aurelia. That's at a 5-9 win rate there. 36% against mid-range Yi, for that matter. You know, I mean, these aren't the kinds of win rates that you want to see going into a regionals. And yet we have a Vex right here that was able to now be 3-0 and is probably taking down one of the worst matchups currently that they could be having. So we'll be watching and seeing. But right now, I mean, it is in the favor of Vex, especially now that we're able to get rid of another just powerful answer, which is Imperial Decree, and then being able to say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm possibly holding. So this is going to be a very difficult situation here. And we also got a shovel, potentially. So we can set up to continue to recycle units in. You take out my spirit. All right, cool. I attach shovel to Aurelia. I go into the other battlefield. I then conquer it. I am able to replay out my spirit, and you discard another card. You know, so there's a couple of answers that we got to be very mindful of as we go into this matchup here. And I think Victor, even if this might be a favorable matchup in this case, I think that this is going to be a difficult situation for them to be able to find themselves in. And Victor might not be able to get out of this situation here. I mean, yes, you're up by 2 points, sure. But that deficit is going to be greatly changing here relatively soon, as we now are going in 4-2. Or 4-9. Oh, interesting. But we're going to be ambushing. Now, of course, this has a shield and a double, so that's going to be 6 that's going to be added. The shield is not going to be applying here, but we still have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it looks like an honest broker is going to be the one to survive that kind of fight. Man, I wish I saw that battle. That would be absolutely intense. And still a great answer there. Now, you got to be very careful about how you respond to this. That was a lot of runes, a lot of utility. And again, Victor, while having some card draw, doesn't necessarily have a ton and will not try to take the other battlefield with the Victor in the backfield because, again, we're wanting to create those tokens instead of going in and trying to get that extra point. We're already up by a couple of points. We've already taken out, you know, Yeah, we've already taken out some very crucial units here. Now, at the same time, I'm still thinking that we equip Shovel and then have our opponent discard another card. He only has 2 cards in hand. And if we can continue to bombard and hit them time and time and time again, that is going to be something that is so difficult to try to answer, as Aurelia is going to be able to conquer and get the Vex up to 3 points. So yeah, it looks like we're not going to go with the shovel in this case. I still don't necessarily know what we might be able to get, but I mean, you're able to get now a gold and a recruit because of that death from the honest broker. But also, I think that does tell us a lot as to what is in the hand of Vex. Because as a Victor player, I'm like, okay, so you don't have any charms, because I feel like you would maybe want to avoid giving me an extra unit, or you don't care. But I feel like I would rule out that you don't necessarily have any charms. Looks like another Aurelia and then leaving 2 up. Interesting. I like that. Is that a penalty, though? Do you get a game 1 loss because of the difference in rarity? I feel like that's a game 1 loss. If anything, a severe warning. One more mix up with that, and you're going to be DQ'd at that point. You know, because oh my gosh. No, it's really not that bad. I'm overreacting with that, but all the same. So, I mean, this is going to be a very important turn for Victor. We're going to be wanting to not only build up our battlefields here, but want to be able to, you know, take down the dangers here. We might be having a Cole come in. Oh, no, instead a Sabotage. Sabotage with no target? I didn't know you could do that. I thought you had to have a valid target with the salvage. Oh, you may kill a gear. Okay. So, I mean, that's scary, too, because he has the Boots of Swiftness in hand. Maybe a little bit ill-timed. And then able to play out an Honest Broker tapped. Going to be able to play out another One Might token. And going to pass. So this is where it starts to get a little bit dangerous. I mean, again, the Victor's doing a great job on building up an army here, being able to get some answers going, and trying to fight and take down. But again, the hardest part about this is going to be trying to then take both battlefields and stop. Now, there is another salvage in hand. And again, as a Vex player, you're not thinking that they have another salvage in hand, especially when it's only 2 cards in hand. And it's not necessarily even a big loss if there is. I'm not going to be sitting there and being like, oh, you know, if I end up losing the boots, whoa, watch it, you know, that's bad. You know, no, not by any means. And already I feel like the Vex is getting in a better and better position right now, whereas the Victor's weaknesses are starting to be shown. Salvatage. No, you're exactly right, Saturated. No, that's awesome. Yeah, so we'll see. But this is the weaknesses of the Victor, where I thought that he would actually be in a better situation, especially with the card draw being added. The Shadows Call, especially. I thought would be something main decked in a lot of Victor decks at this point. Now we see the Vex coming in. That's going to be stunning anything that is coming in at this point. And it looks like a hidden card on both battlefields on top of that. And so if that's not insult to injury enough, you still have 5 runes left up if they end up passing right here, right now. So, I mean, come on. That's just an absolutely great situation for you to be able to find yourself in at this point. But I'm still a little bit worried here on what Victor could maybe do. I mean, he's building up an army as though like he's having this answer that you're going to need to have to go against. But that's the hard part, is you're building up like you have the answer, but it feels like he's hoping that he's able to draw it. He's already lost an Imperial Decree. He's probably running 2 more. But 2 more out of 28 cards left in your deck, it doesn't necessarily give you the best odds. And on top of that, you still got to avoid everything else that, you know, your opponent could necessarily be running at this point. And then, of course, you can go with trying to Hidden Blade the Vex. You're going to have to pay 2 power at that point, 1 for the deflect and 1 for the power cost of the card itself. Cool. And then it just gets defied. You know, and that can be something to really set you back even further at that point. I think this is a very difficult situation for Squeech as the Victor player, and I don't think there is a way for him to necessarily get out of this just because of the cards that he has in hand. I think this game is as good as done. I mean, you have all the runes, but it doesn't matter if you don't have the answers. And again, we're seeing also just the power of this Vex. That even if you do happen to draw the answer, it's like, well, guess what? You still got to actually be able to potentially deliver on that. And if your Thousand Tail Watcher is drawn and it's just like, oh yeah, by the way, it's stunned. Okay, that's it. So here we go. This might be trying to bait out the Defies. This is going to be a repeated Bellows Breath. And this is smart. You're doing it in reverse. And it might be to actually show out that, you know, I have the Imperial. You better defy this. Oh, by the way, yep, I have the defy. Cool. Now you don't have a defy for me to worry about. I can do the rest of my turn. I'm bluffing that I had the Imperial at that point, you know? So gonna have to pay the deflect. I mean, that is 3 deflects, 1 on each Aurelia. Yeah, and they did say, like, in the rules that all your units have to be tapped in the same direction. So that is going to be defied. That was a lot of runes that just had to be paid in power to be able to do that. So going to be Hidden Blading his own unit. So, might be a little bit of a desperation act right there. And going to be able to draw 2 cards, hoping that he's able to pull it. Thousand Tail Watcher isn't going to be the answer. He doesn't have the runes anymore to be able to do that. And again, you're giving your Vex another turn to be able to develop the defenses and be able to say, hey, by the way, I have the answers now. So it is a difficult situation to be finding yourself in. So we'll see what's able to be done. But again, this is going to be a very difficult situation to try to come back from as a Thousand Tail comes in. The -3 is fine, but nothing else is going to necessarily apply here. And you can't Bellows again because that's not going to do anything. And then again, on top of that, if any of them are the Evelyn that was hidden, you can Evelyn and switcheroo. Evelyn's going to grab a unit and move it into the battlefield, and then you switcheroo. So it looks like at this point, the -3, we're going to be trying to attack in. Aurelia's at 4, Aurelia's at 1, Vex is at 1, and there we go with the Edge of Night. Something that you don't necessarily expect over in the English gameplay here. So a very nice card to have hidden. And now we're going to be finding ourselves maybe in a little bit of a difficult situation where it's like, okay, cool, you know, that's a bit of a surprise. We might have to now send in additional units to try to take things down at this point. Oh, and we have the shovel that's attached. So then we're going to do a little switcheroo here. Now, keep in mind now, the Tide Turner doesn't have the -3 because of the Thousand Tail. It was still hidden. And so that's going to be a trade with the Tide Turner still being able to be on the battlefield. And then that's going to be going up to 7. And I mean, this is going to be essentially it. I don't think there is anything else that the Victor player is going to be able to do at this moment. And this is the scary part about Vex. It's like, yes, in order to hold, that is going to be a very difficult part about this game. You might not be able to. Still, if you're able to even hold once, and you're able to draw that extra card, that can be a difference maker. Green and purple are just such powerful color combos in this meta because of what both are ever able to throw out. And you're able to see now what that is able to do. I love the Aurelias in this deck. I love the shovel. I mean, just purple Vex is so incredibly powerful in this meta. And even something that did have a really good win rate into Vex yesterday, you know, well, now you're seeing, hey, by the way, this is actually a really solid gameplay from the Vex player himself. And what he is able to swing and dish out is dangerous here. I mean, this is just tough to try to move against. I gotta say, I love the switcheroos here in the Vex deck. It is just absolutely throttling what this Victor is able to dish out. And it all comes down to this. The Vex is going to be having a chance to be able to utilize this battlefield, be able to build up some defenses if needed, and prepare for what is to come. We have the Boots of Swiftness. We could even move, like, for example, the Aurelia right over to the other battlefield and then continue to play some spells, essentially, and give +1 because of Abandoned Hall. You know, looks really good. I mean, that would be a solid play there. Now, of course, we are going to be attaching it to the Vex instead. Definitely still very strong. Going to be making it a 6 might at that point. And just upping that. Then, of course, anytime you choose, that's going to be the one nice part about Abandoned Hall. You know, you get to choose, if I recall correctly, and you can choose Aurelia and just really abuse that. Yeah, when a player plays a spell, they may give a unit they control here +1 this turn. So, I mean, with Aurelia, that is just a great option right there. So, gotta say, very impressed with how Vex is going. We haven't necessarily seen a whole ton of Vexes in this meta in particular. You know, on the Chinese side, on the English side, there's been a couple every so often. In Runes and Rift, we were able to see one actually be able to get 2nd place. But we haven't necessarily been able to see all that dominating of gameplay necessarily with Vex. And I think that Vex is very much a slept-on deck at this point. So we are going to go for the salvage, trying to destroy the Boots of Swiftness. That is going to be targeting there. And again, are we wanting to give the Victor player an additional card? And no, we're going to be defying that. The hidden card is still hidden. So defying the salvage, I think that is the right move. You do not want to give your opponent additional card draw. Then, of course, by choosing the Aurelia, you're able to give +2 at that point. So the Aurelia is now at 6. Again, making it that much more difficult for you to try to take both battlefields this turn, especially when you have, your big unit at this point is Victor. That's it. Or, is the Thousand Tail. That's it. You can deal 3 damage to a unit. That won't necessarily do much here. The Aurelia on Arena's Greatest is also at 6. I really thought that Arena's Greatest was supposed to actually speed up the game, and it ends up that we're only going to be playing 2 games in the hour. Gosh, that is about as long as it can take at that point. And yep, that is gonna be the game as Vex ends up taking down Victor in round 4 of the Sydney Regionals. So really well done there on being able to get that job done. That is about as great as it can get. So Boloon able to take this game, and rightfully so. Great job on being able to get that job done. Going up now, continued to being undefeated, 4-0. Again, you are 2 wins away at that point from being able to get to the day 2. If I remember correctly, you still need 6 wins minimum to be able to get to day 2. Though you want to get as many wins as you want, because that's going to just put you at the higher seed and give you even a better chance at trying to make that top cut. If you don't end up, going like 8-1 or, 9-0, trying to make it into that top cut is way tough. If you're going in at 6-2, for example, or 6-3, you're just going to be finding yourself at a very difficult situation trying to then get in and just make that top 64 so that you can get your regional invite. And so we'll see how that actually ends up playing out. But really well done by the Vex player. Again, I do think that Vex is currently one of the most underutilized legends in this meta, and we'll see what else it's able to actually dish out as things continue to unravel here for the both of us. So really good game. Again, guys, we are so far in 4 rounds in this regionals. It's been a lot of fun to be able to watch this and to participate with you guys in this. And thank you guys so much for being here. I don't know what time it is for you guys. It's just about to cross the midnight threshold for myself, and I'm feeling it. We got a lot of game left to go, though. Still 5 more rounds that we're going to have to watch and play through. I'm thinking I'm going to make it till probably 2 a.m., so maybe 2 more rounds, 3 more rounds if we're lucky. And we'll see what we're able to do with that. But again, I think 2:30 is going to be the latest I am going to be able to make it. We will finish out the round. I won't be a jerk and just mid-round be like, yep, I'm out, kind of thing. Definitely want to do that against you guys. But I'm just going to be talking to myself for another 3 hours. Could be worse. Anyway, 7:57 in Spain. That's not too bad. So yeah, you woke up a little bit early, so not too horrible there. Yeah, this is one of the things. That's the hard part. Because the Chinese regionals, you're pulling the all-nighter. And if it is, an Australian one, you're pulling an all-nighter. And if not, then I'm getting up I remember over in Europe, I would have had to get up at 3 a.m. to start casting. Or to start doing the, whatchamacallits. The co-cast or co-stream. So, a lot of cameras around that stage. All right, guys, so while they go and interview, I'm going to be taking a really quick break, and we'll get things going. So I'm going to leave this on for about 30 seconds or a minute. I just need to grab some water, and we'll go from there. Dang, saturated. 2 a.m., man. Way to be a trooper there. Hey, we get to sleep in tomorrow, right? Yeah, no, seriously, that's why I'm here. I absolutely love this game. and want to just co-stream and be a part of it as much as I can. Love this game. It's so awesome. Anyway, guys, okay, I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Teemo Hat's pretty great. Again, we've seen a lot of different bio modes. I think Mouser been a card that's been kind of a standout from Unleashed in a bunch of different strategies. It's funny because it looks very similar to Stalwart Porro, which is in some ways better because it's 2 might base, +1 on shield, instead of the 2 shield. But it turns out the tank is a pretty relevant keyword to have, especially in a deck like Vex.
100%, and it clearly worked out for Bolenzang today, so we'll see how it shapes up in other Vex decks as well. I really like it. It will be maybe a different vibe in decks that don't feature Aurelia quite so heavily, but still really, really strong.
And also a Chaos deck that didn't have Rebuke, didn't have Starcrossed. There's like a bunch of things that we expect from this domain that we really didn't see any of, and it didn't seem to matter. I think perhaps a domain that is just quite deep as far as the options you have when you do pick it as one of your domains rolling into any game of Riftbound.
Absolutely, and I think the only other thing that's worth note as well is obviously people have had a week to deal with Unleashed. A lot of these cards not necessarily unleashed.
Well, we have a lot of questions, so hopefully we have some answers. We're going to go down with an interview with our winner.
Thank you so much, Pastry. We are here now with Bolenzang, who just won on the Vex, and just a little bit of background information about Bolan. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. How do you say your name?
Bolan.
Bolan,
yes.
yeah?
Yeah.
He actually is from China, came and flew over for this event here in Sydney. And this is your first time playing Vex?
Yes. Exactly, first time.
Yeah, you came first in Nanjing on February 8th with Annie, and you've now switched over to Vex. How are you finding the switch?
Because the meta changed too fast. At first, I probably think Annie is the best choice in Unleashed because there are so many ambush cards. It's so it's performed so well with Annie's legendary, and also Annie could play Gas. It's really good versus Lilia and LeBron. But at first, the meta is Lilia and LeBron.
Yeah.
However, somebody built a Master E deck, and Annie is really bad versus Master E, and even bad news is more Aurelia come out to try to counter Master E.
Yeah.
So and Aurelia even have more deflect guys. So I try Annie, try Diana. Oh, it's too bad versus deflect decks. So so I think first I need to play Vex. I must play a purple deck with Vex to on turn 2, so that the Master E's Rengar won't be too frightened. so Vex could always play Vex Legend could always play Vex champion in turn 2.
Yes, exactly.
So this is the first and the second one is the green deck. Oh, they usually only target themselves, other than target your opponents. So I believe maybe Vex is the best deck versus the Master E and Aurelia meta. Yeah.
I noticed you're wearing a Teemo hat. I also noticed you had a Teemo in your deck list. What is the reasoning behind Teemo in the deck?
Teemo is good, but it's the last choice for me for the 2 drops. Vex need to play many hidden cards to scare my opponent, and so at first the other 9 2 drops is probably must play, and Vex is a deck that must play 2 drops.
Yeah.
Vex could never, if Vex play nothing in turn 1, probably lose. So I need another 2 drops and need to be better to be a hidden card. So Teemo is a really good hidden card because it has 4 might.
Yeah, indeed. He can be quite strong when being played from hidden. Thank you so much for your insight. It's very nice to hear from our Chinese community coming over to play in this event. Good luck with the rest of the games. We'll head back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lovely to hear from Bolenzang there about some of the choices made in that Vex deck. I feel like for me it boiled down to one thing.
All right, yeah, so there we go. We get to see why Vex was chosen and why it had so many good options here. Definitely something to keep an eye on as we go through. I think Vex has a good chance of being able to go very far in this tournament, something that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. So, as we continue to go into this is going to be a long ride, but we are happy to be here as we are soon to be ending round 4 and going into round number 5. So it looks like we're going to have a bit of a side game going here as we continue to finish out this round. We'll see how this goes. I do really like that they are doing this now. I think it is a step in the right direction, being able to record 2 games. We have Jiggly versus Phoenix, a Kha'Zix going against a Fiora, something that I absolutely love to see here. And then on top of that, I mean, we have just some really good battlefields here. Oh, nope. We have some decent battlefields that we can watch. Now, one thing that I do also really like, Forbidding Waste, I actually really like for this because, for example, if something is a mighty unit and they're defending alone, they go to -2, then you ready something, or like you give it an acceleration, or you add +2 to it, and then you're able to immediately just go right up and play it out, and you're in a very good spot at that point, being able to create something mighty and potentially channel a rune where you otherwise might not have been able to. So we'll see. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on this. Personally, I want to go for the Fiora deck. Fiora's pretty much one of the first decks that I ended up playing in set 2. Absolutely fell in love with the deck. It was a lot of fun, but it just wasn't quite there yet. But now that we actually have a little bit more support, you're giving it some good card draw and things like that, that it can now be a very intimidating foe at this point. So definitely something to be keeping an eye on to see what is going to be here. So, I mean, I gotta say, I think that this is going to be in probably... It depends on who draws better, and I really do think that we'll see how this goes. And so in this case, I'm thinking he's assuming that, he's going to go in as the attacker at this point, meaning that his unsung hero is going to be getting -2 at that point as a defender. And so that is going to be a 1-0 victory right there, which is a step in the right direction. Being able to take out an unsung hero before you are able to draw the 2 cards needed at that point. So again, just a really good answer right there. And right now, we're going to have to see what Jiggly is going to be able to do as Fiora to come back into this game. Again, it's not necessarily the biggest setback by any means, but still, to lose a unit like that, especially to a 1-might unit, and now being able to take a look at the hand. Interesting choice. Insightful Investigator. I gotta say, yeah, that's a great option in the Kha'Zix for sure. Because it says when you play me, choose an opponent, they reveal their hand, you may pay 2 XP to choose a card from their hand, and if you do, they discard the card and draw 1. So, I mean, again, you're able to get some really solid hand knowledge there. Also, the double set. That's intimidating. The main reason why I say that is because set is one of the best cards in the Fiora deck. Because it comes in, then it adds a buff to it, and it goes from 4 to 5. You're able to channel the rune. And then also, if you have the acceleratable Fiora too, you can recycle a rune to be able to ready it up, and then you can also pay to get it going at that point too. So again, there's a lot of crazy combos that set is just able to add to the game here, and we have a very important showdown as we go in now, 3-1. But at the same time, now the first mate is gonna have to say, hey, by the way, I'm here alone. I'm gonna get some -2. The set's gonna come in and get a buff. The Fiora is gonna add the rune, and we're setting up for a really big turn on the flip side here. So we'll see if there's maybe something that we can utilize here. But even still, I mean, it still feels like this is anyone's game. But the Kha'Zix might have a little bit of an advantage if there's maybe some way that he could take down the set. But with the 1 rune up, you know that there's not a fight or flight in hand. So he's spending the 1 XP to add a buff to the unit before attacking in, just in case, might as well. 4 might. If the 4 might's going to be going down to 2 anyway, so, the last thing you want is to have to worry about that. and you have the hand knowledge, and you know that your opponent isn't... You know exactly what's in your opponent's hand, which is why I think Kha'Zix is going to be at a bit of an advantage from here on out. And here we go. And you know that there is no way for him to be able to defy this spell. This is going to be a huge turn for Phoenix, being able to take down this set. Then, of course, we're going to be adding +3, so we're going to be going up to 7 at that point to sets 5. That was the turn that Kha'Zix needed, and I mean, you can see right here exactly why the Kha'Zix is currently 3-0, and very well could be 4-0 here pretty dang soon. I mean, just very well played right there. Very well played. Now, of course, the time saying 0, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That doesn't mean that our opponent is, or that we're at turns just yet. Again, depending on the stream, depends on where we're at necessarily here. And so if the stream took a minute to be able to get going, then it's gonna take a minute for them to actually get to turn. So take the clock with a grain of salt when you're watching the on stream, because we just don't know. And so even still, though, the Kha'Zix signature spell was just an absolutely beautiful play. I mean, allowing you to be able to take out the set threat and then be able to move over to the other battlefield, spin the buff, draw a card, also still be able to score an additional point. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that can get you so far ahead that it makes it difficult for your opponent to even come back into this game. And so Kha'Zix is doing all the right things to be able to close out this game and to go continuing to be undefeated. Even still, though, there is a lot of game left. That's going to be the big thing here. A lot of game left. And so there we go with the Fiora coming into play right now. So the reason why there's a riposte day is because the big reason is there is a hand reveal that ended up happening. And so with the Insightful Investigator, and he's just keeping it face up. He's hiding what's actually not been revealed yet with his hand right next to that, but everything else is just being revealed still. So yeah, that's exactly why. Good question, though. Especially if you're just now showing up. You know, so... But still, we're at a very difficult predicament here for Jiggly to try to get back into the game. We still are in a not horrible position, all things considered. Because we're still, you know, it's 3-5, but that's not necessarily anything to severely worry about. We just have to make sure that our set somehow survives this turn. And we'll see what ends up happening. Yeah, thank you. I'm really trying to actually cast these matches. This is the first time really making that push and giving it a go. And so we'll see. Again, the goal is to make it 3 more hours or 3 more rounds. Try to make it to round 7. And then, of course, we'll try to make it through the entire top cut at that point. I almost didn't cast tonight. I almost didn't co-stream tonight. Because I am coming down with a little bit of a sickness, and I was not feeling good today. And I have a sore throat, but I also had, like, you know, those cold headaches. They're horrible. And luckily that went away. I have a little bit of a sore throat. I'm willing to sacrifice my voice for the night, though, and we'll go from there. Oh, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. No, it's been a lot of fun making content for you guys. And seriously, this community is one of the best communities out there. I mean, you know, people can argue with me about that, and you guys keep giving me example after example as to why we are the best community out there. Do we know if this is hook or mid-range Fiora? From my knowledge, we jumped into this late, but it looks like that it is just a mid-range Fiora. Which even at this point, I think is the better Fiora. The one that I prefer, though... Oh, no, this isn't... I don't necessarily love this play. Uh-oh. This could be punishing. This could be punishing. Because you can move the set back to base, spin the buff, set goes to 4, then he goes up to 8. Or, you know, whatever it is. Yeah, then he goes up to 8. He then becomes mighty. And Fiora can ready him. So this is dangerous. I think this is a little bit of a misplay here, because I think that Kha'Zix is considering that he is safe right here. He has 1 rune up. Might be trying to threaten that there's maybe a punch first, but you have the Riposte revealed saying, I know that's not how you say it. That's how I say it. Yeah, you know, you have the signature spell of Fiora, you know, that is able to come in. But, oh, it doesn't look like there's going to be... Oh, because I think this is also the final turn. I don't know, man. Oh, it might have ended in a tie. That might have been exactly what ended up happening. Thank you, Crayon. Nah, thank you. So, really good game right there, though. I'm wondering if it did actually end up ending in a tie. Let's see what the commentators have to say.
Extra turns, and players could not make enough room. So, fun little bit of interaction there between these two decks. Not decks I necessarily expected to see on stream today.
Not so
Perhaps
much.
we'll see them again. Would be nice to maybe get a...
What Pokemon intro type of music is that? Yeah, it was turns. So, unable to score the additional 2 points at that point. Was able to probably end it at 5-5, so he did have the plays to be able to sneak around at that point, but neither were ahead by the 2 points. You know, that ends up happening. And, you know, how do you guys feel about the 2-rune rule, or, I mean, sorry, the 2-point for victory rule at this point? I didn't like it when it first got announced, but after playing through it, I've actually really come to enjoy it a little bit more, because I think the going to turns kind of evens out the playing field a little bit more. You know, it gives you maybe a bit more of a disadvantage if you end up going first, more of an advantage if you end up going second. So I could definitely see an argument for both, all things considered, but with all of that, I still really like the turns that they do. I wish they added a timer outside of the top cut, though. I wish they did 3 turns and 10 minutes. And that would be something that you would really be able to... That was the end of round 4, so we got the other one now. Let's see. That's me. But yeah, you guys get the idea. I still really appreciate it. Nice, we're live. Woohoo! Full screen. So anyway, guys, but yeah, it's like on tennis, you have to win by 2. Yes, and I think that's the correct play there, you know? So we'll see what ends up happening. And now we should actually have a few more European people waking up now to watch this, as we in America are just like, ugh. So... So, we'll see what ends up happening here. But again, I gotta say, guys, if you guys haven't actually gone to a regionals yet, I do highly recommend it. It is just an absolute blast trying to get in and play this game. So. So we'll see what ends up actually happening here with all of this. But there's a lot to be seen here. There's a lot of competition left to be had. And again, guys, this is the biggest thing. We are just now starting to discover what Set 3 has in store for us. So that's going to be the biggest thing. Again, these competitors have had this set for 1 week. Now, of course, there are people who have their playtest groups and things like that. That's going to be a big help here. But for those of us who might not necessarily have our playtest groups or might not be able to have access to the cards online as much as we maybe would have liked, we're still going to be having, that struggle trying to get things moving here. So I gotta say, I'm really liking this. And we have maybe seen a couple of misplays in this case where we're going in and not quite able to correctly predict what's going on with these cards. And that can sometimes be to our detriment at this case too, because, there was a play where we had the it was the blue destroy a gear or give a gear temporary, and then it gets destroyed on the next upkeep. That was played on Sprite Fountain, which on the following turn was going to be destroyed anyway with temporary. And it's like, all right, that's just how it is. And, we'll see how that actually ends up going. But yeah, there's a lot still to be seen here. There's a lot to really discover in this meta. And we'll see how this actually ends up impacting things as a whole. I feel like this is going to be a stepping stool into the actual exploration of this meta. And there are going to be some things that are telling, and there's going to be other things that are actually misleading. So we'll see how that actually ends up coming about, because there could be just like that dumb luck deck that just has a lot of like the set 3 cards. People don't know the interactions or how to prepare for the certain types of matchups that ends up actually getting a really good run. Sorry, talking with the chat in the main channel. They're trying to say that they're saving Aurora for the finals. No, guys, sorry. It's Aurelia and Yi. Calling it now. Aurora. I could see Azir also having a good chance to really be up there. So we'll see. But I'm really excited to see what this is going to bring. I think there's a lot to be seen here, and it's going to be a good time. I think we have a lot of opportunities here to see what this meta has in store, and I can't wait to see what we see. What's your opinion on my previous question? Let me see. Glad you're feeling better. It was turns. Okay, I played Victor in Origins and most of Spirit Forged with a bit of Azir, but I still really don't know what to play now. Focus on Azir, Lilia, love aggro decks, maybe OG Yi. I'm not seeing myself playing LeBlanc, though. Nope, I totally get it. Ooh, this is actually big. I love this. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm going to get out of the way real quick while answering your question, because this is the most played decks. Personally, I have been loving Azir and Proving Grounds Yi. Now, Proving Grounds Yi had an amazing showing at the pre-Rift yesterday. Had one deck out that was out of the 21 players that went 5-0 in the pre-regional, and then 13 that ended up going 4-1. On the flip side of that, Azir was, I think, the 5th most brought deck, and then was also able to have a 63% win rate. I honestly think that Azir is probably one of the best set decks of Unleashed. And the reason is, look at this. How many of these decks are red? That was the biggest threat, because you could Thermo Beam your opponents. Now that there is no Thermo Beam, we are in a lot better of a situation for Azir. I absolutely love that deck. It's had some really good showing, some really amazing win rates. It is easy to upgrade. You literally need 2 sacrifices and 2 backoffs. That's what I essentially did in mine. And you're able to play it. Then on top of that, if you do decide to go to Master Yi, you're going to be in a really good spot. I think this Master Yi is still way better than the XP Yi, though the XP Yi is still a good deck. I don't know why people aren't playing it yet. We did get to see one at this regionals so far, but even in the pre-regionals, there were more people brought Garen to a pre-regional than to the than bringing XPE. That alone is very telling right there, and it's like, what do you mean by, why are you bringing 2 XPE and 3 Garens? That's insane. Anyway, but PGE is still in a very good spot. Love what it's able to bring to the game, and there's a lot to see there with all of that. Been absolutely a huge fan of this, and so we'll continue to see what actually is going here. My number one deck that I've been playing right now is Master Yi. I think Master Yi has probably the best chance in going against Aurora, then probably Azir. Azir's had a really good win rate. While they're actually doing this, let's see. Matchup matrix. Let's see. Azir, again, 63 at the regional qualifier. Let me get out of the way. Sorry. Do we know what are the undefeated decks? No, they're not showing us yet. I don't know why they're not showing us. But I mean, look at this win rate. LeBlanc, 11-4. Master Yi, 4-2. Aurelia, 3-2. Misfortune, Aurora, 9-6. 3-1, 67% win rate. Lost against Lilia. That's okay. That's actually a pretty even matchup. Draven, that's usually about a 50% win rate matchup kind of thing there too. So I'm actually surprised to see it at a 33%. Fiora can be a tough matchup going against like the Akshans that are definitely going to be sided in. Totally agree with Aurelia taking it down. I think Aurelia has a good chance. Again, Aurelia up here, 61% win rate right there. 120-77. Okay. Then you're also seeing going against Aurora, one of the big threats, 67%. Going against Diana, 76%. Vex, 64%. Lilia, all these, you're able. A Draven, 9-2 yesterday. I think that we are in just a really good situation here on these decks, respectively. Absolutely love it. And if you guys want to see that information too, it's also on Riftdex. If you want to see that, so you go to riftdex.com. Yeah, there we go. So you go to Riftdex, you go metagame, win rate matrix, and you can actually search by tournament, and you just look up Sydney because it's the only one currently. Oh, whoops, type it right. And then, boom, there we go. The only one that is actually relevant right now is the pre-regional, and you can see all the win rates and the matches that you want to see. So, really like it for that reason. Just the fact that you can search it up by event. I think that is such a big difference maker here. So, oh, don't tell me it paused. I hate when it does that. Let me refresh just in case. Because since I have it on mute, it pauses it. Nah, that's fine. It's funny, though. I get why people want to argue about Vex and stuff like that. But it's like, there's cards that you don't like. And there's cards that actually are an issue and should be discussed. I actually do think that Aurora isn't as good as what people are assuming. We see the Elder Dragon, and it's like, we freak out at that point. And, gosh, I felt like I sounded like Hank from King of the Hill right there. Anyway, also, this director has been really interesting. That's actually been one of the better transitions that this director has done. Because they've been trying to do this. Oh, are we going to get... Yes, Diwali. This is awesome. He went 4-1 yesterday in the pre-regional. So we'll see what that's able to do here. Definitely an intimidating matchup. But here's the thing, too. One of the things that, I always want to say is that, when you're going against an opponent that is proven themselves, whether it's Prismaticism, whether it's Diwali, or whoever it might be, even Alan, in this case. Yes, don't get me wrong. You definitely take that kind of matchup very seriously. But you're going into this match, and it is not written yet, okay? It's not a 2-0 loss, kind of thing. It's not anything like that. Ooh, and Diwali is on the Diana. Yes, I'm getting out of the way. Bye, guys. So I absolutely love Diana. I love what this deck is able to do. I am liking this list a lot, too. And if it's a Diana versus Leona, it's going to get very interesting fast. Again, I'm really excited to see. So that means that Diwali and Alan ZQ are both on Diana. Alan was able to, of course, go 5-0. Diwali was able to go 4-1. But what was surprising is Diana actually at the pre-regional yesterday had a 50% win rate, which is really interesting. Something that I didn't necessarily anticipate. I still talked about it in the video today, or yesterday now. Because, yeah, it was just something to really keep an eye on here. But, yeah, I mean, this is just such an intimidating deck to have to go against. Love Diwali's build. I think it is a very good step in the right direction there. And can be very intimidating on what you need to go against. And so we'll see. We still don't know what the other matchup is just yet. But again, like what I was saying, you're going against a regional winner. Don't get me wrong. Definitely intimidating. But you still have a chance to be able to defeat him as an opponent. You still have that chance. I mean, you're playing a Leona right now. Very awesome answer right here. Gotta say, one of my biggest things, I love Yellow Vi. That is such a destructive card. Because you're able to move in and just be like, hey, I'm here. You're stunned, by the way, and let me get this. So Leona right now is actually looking pretty dang good in this matchup. Now, of course, you have to be worried about the not-so-fasts. You have to be worried about some of the defies and things like that, but you're not necessarily running a whole lot of spells here. I'm actually really liking the deck choices. I feel like this is a very good matchup, a very good deck piloting for this current meta, where there are a lot of spell slinging, there is a lot of counters, and this is something that I've also really liked, where you're letting your units be your spells. What I mean by that is there's a lot of units that actually have very powerful abilities that have essentially the same effects as a spell. But the thing is, you can't necessarily stop a unit ability. You can easily stop a spell. And so if you're trying to switch that around a little bit, and a lot of your units are able to actually do the hard lifting for you, then you can be in a much better lineup here. So this is going to be interesting. A very nice wide zoom as someone's running away from their match. Oh no. Nope, never mind. So we got the Hamburglar on Diwali's head. We got to be watching out for that. Diwali has killed the Hamburglar. Or what's that purple dude? What was that purple monster named from McDonald's? What was that called? Let me see. Purple monster. It's late, guys. From McDonald's. It's, if you're a 90s kid, you know. Grimace. And he's actually a giant taste bud. All right, so Diwali has killed the giant taste bud itself, and skinned it and placed it on his head as a trophy. No, not really, but we're having fun here. So we'll see what ends up happening here. This is going to be a really fun matchup to be able to watch and see how this is going to unravel for this. And gosh, you gotta just be. I mean, the Leona matchup. That's going to be a really difficult matchup for Diwali. This also could even be maybe a little bit of a curveball for Diwali, because you are probably playtesting against a lot more of the common matchups that you're expecting. You're not expecting something like Leona, though there are a lot of similarities to the Vex deck. But even still, if you are adding something like a curveball, which is yellow, that can be something that really can be a disadvantage in this case. And so, you know, there might be a little bit of an edge here for the Leona player herself to be able to take this game to Diwali. And so we'll see how this actually ends up playing out. We're getting some final things set up before the tournament is able to start, and then we will get things moving. But again, this is going to be a difficult matchup either way. I mean, Diwali does have to worry about the stuns. I mean, this is going to be a very stun-heavy deck. But even still, you know, you are going against Diwali, and that is going to be a very difficult matchup all the same, just for how skilled he is as a player. Interesting venue. It's like you're in a aircraft hangar almost. You know, and luckily it doesn't look like there's nearly as many people at that regionals. I would be happy to see how many competitors they actually did have show up, because it doesn't look like they had nearly the 2,000. And we've even had a good amount of Chinese competitors that have flown from China to Sydney to be able to compete in this tournament. So very interesting to be able to see how all of that is playing out as well. And just really cool to be able to see, because that could be a pretty big difference maker there. So here we go. We should be starting game number 1 of round 5 anytime now, and seeing what this game has in store. And so we'll see what ends up happening here. But again, I really hope that the Leona player can pull this out. But Diana, guys, is so incredibly strong. A lot of people are even just playing the blue Diana, which is a very powerful card. And I didn't realize this, but the card it's just so good. Being able to play, because I actually played that when the showdown begins, you may pay 1, and if you do, predict, and if the top card is a spell, draw it. I read it wrong. It actually is, if you do pay the 1, predict, then reveal the top card of your main deck, and if it's a spell, draw it. So you get to actually reveal, or you get to see the top card first. If it's not a spell, then you get to put it on the bottom of your deck, and then you're able to choose a reveal at that point to be able to play. So I gotta say, I really like Diana. I think that that is a very versatile card that can help go through your deck a little bit faster, get maybe the cards that you need, or give you a better chance of getting the cards that you need, and then continue to take out your opponents time after time after time. And it's like, I want to see how the Chinese meta merges with the NA and EU meta. That's why I'm really curious to also see what the first Worlds is going to be looking like. Because we're going to have the top competitors from all around, and I think that is going to be the real test of time on the Chinese compared to the English meta, because there are a lot of differences there that we have seen. I mean, we've even seen particular choices where people are picking Edge of Night over on the Chinese side, whereas us, that's not a staple for us whatsoever. You know, we're running other stuff, and we don't necessarily care for that gear at all, you know? But it is definitely something to keep in mind. So here we go, doing a final shuffle before getting into this. And we'll see what is able to be dished out here as Diwali goes against Ellie. Is it Ellie or just L? LXV, L15, something like that. Yeah, I think the later it gets, the crazier I'm going to get. I did end up working. I got up to make the video this morning at 6:30 a.m. and it is currently 12:38 a.m. There is not enough caffeine in this world to keep a 34-year-old up for this long. So now we are on borrowed time. Mountain Dew. So here we go. We're going to be seeing what ends up happening. Also having Star Tip Peak and Monastery of Hirana. Very interesting choices. Now, of course, Leona's going to be able to benefit off of the battlefield a bit more because you're going to be able to buff stuff as you stun them, which means that you're going to be able to access more card draw, something that Leona kind of struggles with. Start to peak, though, is going to be really good, too, because if you actually end up holding, you're going to be able to channel a rune Exhausted. Even if you're not necessarily going to be able to use that rune for the turn, it can still take down a power cost, which is going to allow you to continue to get your runes out, to keep your runes out, so that you're able to, you know, not have to sacrifice as much power and can get into your mid to late game rune count wise, all the better. So definitely things to keep in mind there with that. And welcome to everyone who is joining us right now. I am Silent Knight, co-streaming the Sydney Regionals here as we go into round number 5. It is a all-night stream for us. We are up late, and we'll see how it actually ends up going. Thank you guys so much for being here. I know we have a lot of people over on the European side. We have a couple of late-night browsers here on the Americas. And great to have you guys here. I think this is going to be, it's been a really fun set of competitions so far. We've had some really great decks. We've seen some solid competition all around. And I can't wait to see what else is in store for us here. Now, I'm almost okay with getting the Poro in. Gosh, I really, ooh, that's smart. I like that because the showdown has started. You can now use your Diana Legend to be able to play a stacked deck. I really like that. That's a great choice right there. So that's already, I mean, you're able to play out your Legend and still be able to add a card while looking at the top 3 cards of your deck. That's the type of power that Diana ends up having, and a combo that I hadn't even necessarily considered. But that's an absolutely powerhouse of a play right there. You know, and this is one thing that I absolutely love about watching regionals, about watching high-level play, you know, from these types of competitors, because you can see certain lines that it's like, you know, there was maybe something that I didn't necessarily think of. Like, yeah, the line's definitely there, duh. You know, now that I see that, I'm like, duh, I was an idiot. I didn't see that. You know, but it's like, no, that totally is just such a solid play. Now, you got to be really careful here about the Leona. Leaving all 4 runes up, it's like, all right, you know, here we go. So with the showdown, priority is pass, going to be predicting at that point, revealing a card. It is not a spell, so it is going to stay on top. But, I mean, having a Sprite Call, or Sprite Fountain, sorry. I keep calling it Sprite Call. Having a Sprite Fountain, though, is going to be a step in the right direction as a Hui is coming in. This is a powerful card and needs to be taken care of sooner rather than later, because one of the scariest things that you have to be mindful of is that, I mean, first off, anytime you move, you get to draw a card and then discard a card. That already is just such a powerful ability that you got to be watching out for. So to actually get that going, it's like, ugh. And so going to be playing out in Aurelia, going to be moving down, so going to be able to now play out this a little bit better. But you're giving the Diana a chance to be able to build up the battlefield a little bit more and prepare for the hold. Now, just like how just like how Leona has a lot of spells for these types of answers, Diana has the same too. And that's something that you got to just be so careful about. And so while these competitors are thinking about their next couple of turns here, I mean, both being 4-0, I gotta say, this is probably one of the last chances that we might have that Leona could be meta relevant. I mean, when we saw Leona in set number 1 in Origins, it was a C, if not D tier style of deck. It just was not there. It's a fun deck. It was a very fun deck to be able to play. But in the Kaisa style of meta and stuff like that, you were just like, ugh, you know, gosh, gotta play through that, you know, kind of thing. And there was just not a lot of places for Leona to be able to shine. And it's like, well, guess what? Leona's now getting her time in the sun here. And could very well be a surprise factor here of this regionals, and something that I am very excited to be able to watch here. We'll see. Like I said, this is going to be a very difficult matchup. This is probably going to be Leona's hardest matchup. I mean, gosh, could you imagine? Like, Ellie ends up going against, like, Diwali, then the next round, Prismaticism, then the next round going against Alan, and you're just like, oh my gosh, can I stop going against these pro players? And then the next round's Challenger, TCG. Oh, that'd be so funny. But, I mean, hey, if you keep winning, who cares? You know, take them down all you want. You know, and again, this is kind of an underdog choice taking in the Leona. And I don't mean underdog as in, like, it's a worse deck, but it's a deck that a lot of people have counted out for so long. And you're not necessarily anticipating all this. There might have been maybe a judge call potentially, or trying to get some clarification. These stylized these stylized pans from the director are very interesting. I try not to comment on stuff like that, but it is certainly interesting. But yeah, it looks like we are going to a judge call for a certain clarification. Let's see what they actually have to say here.
And so I'm curious to see whether or not that's something that he is considering, but this so far has been really interesting. I love the fact that Leona did bring back that Stalwart Koro to protect and maybe go in for the next round.
Yeah, definitely. There's something to be said for hold decks and something to be said for conquer, and knowing when to do which. Obviously, protecting that Plundering Poro means that next time around, L will have even more units, more might present to be able to go back into a battlefield that they want to conquer, right? Obviously, Diwali's still in that building phase, has that Hui, has that...
Okay, so yeah, they're not talking about anything important. All right. Well, the biggest thing here is, yeah, we're just going to be waiting and looking for that clarification here on what's going to be happening, why the gameplay was stopped. A judge is probably going to get some clarification here, and we'll see what's in store for us. I mean, I think this is going to be something to definitely keep an eye on and watch out for. So, again, though, it kind of sucks too, because we've had surprisingly a lot of judge calls in our streamed gameplay here. And again, of course, that time is going to be extended to these to these competitors here, which is good. But that's going to be also kind of the hard part is, you might be finding, just match after match that gets stalled out on stream due to judge calls. And we've already had like even a little bit of a technical difficulty with the judge, I think in round 3, that had a little bit of a struggle there. I mean, but technical difficulties definitely happens. Didn't slow down gameplay too much or anything like that. And we'll see how this continues to carry out here. But man, I am excited for this match and can't wait to see what is going to be delivered for us. And currently is 2-2 in game 1 of round 5. And so here we go with the Sprite Fountain. Is that discarded? I think so. Interesting. Again, I really do think that the sprites can be really well utilized because it can take out or force your opponent to maybe utilize their stuns on certain things or lose their unit, one or the other. And both are a great way to kind of force the struggle for your opponent and have them make the choices, and then you get to react to their basically process of elimination. Okay, cool. They got rid of this card. Awesome. Next, I'm going to go for this because odds are they have this and this and this in their hand. I think I can deal with that, kind of thing. And so I really do like the Sprite Fountains. I think that it is a very good card in this deck. But, that's how it plays out here. And we'll see how this continues to play out. Now we have the Vex Apathetic. But it is not alt art. What are you doing, Diwali? Nah, the alt art looks so good. I love the artwork. I was lucky enough to be able to pull 2 of them. That's the main reason why I want to play Aurelia, too, is because of that card. So, and we'll see. I really think that Aurelia has a good chance of being able to take this entire tournament. Again, we've already seen just a really good win rate. It has very nice versatility all around and is able to take the game to opponents at a very high level here. So, I mean, we'll see. But, I mean, we got so much game left. And now we're going in. It is going to be +5 at that point with Heart of Dark Ice. I mean, just a great way to be able to choose and add +3. Then, of course, with the readying up, already a great choice there. Diwalia, of course, has also 5 runes up, technically, if you're also counting the Diana. This is sometimes why you also want to run even just the other Vex, the other purple Vex, because there's already, 2 in this game. Because your spells then become cheaper and your opponent's spells then become more expensive. And it's stuff like that that can really make things all the more powerful. Now, what I think is happening here is she's going to check to see how a card could potentially work through a ruling. Like, if I play this and he reacts with this, how would this then resolve? That's definitely something that, you might want to check into because, especially with new sets, there might be unique situations that you're just not used to actually seeing or running into just yet. And because of that, it's like, that's tough. Again, this set has been out for a week. And there's going to be some really unique interactions. And there's potential that, she's practiced into Diana, even a decent amount potentially. But there still might be that really unique, like, hey, this is the first time we're encountering this type of situation. I just thought of this. How would this actually be ruled out? And that can be a big difference maker there too. So we'll see how that ends up playing out, if that's going to be making a big impact here, because stuff like that can be absolutely game changer here on how all of this can end up resolving. I also am really surprised, especially because a lot of these competitors, are probably a little tired too. It looks like Diwali, he might be a little bit tired. Of course, he was playing in Houston. He's from America, and stuff like that. When you're traveling across the world, and I mean, right now I'm in, the West, and it is 1 a.m. If he is competing and he's in Central Time, currently for him, it is 2 a.m. I mean, 2 days to acclimate to this new time zone is not going to be enough to do really much of anything. And so we'll see how that actually ends up going here. So again, yeah, it looks like they're double checking on how everything's going to be rolling out just in case. I'm giving some clarification on certain things. So definitely good to be able to see that. Because there wasn't necessarily any misplays or things like that. So I think all in all, we are okay so far. Now, one version of this deck that I've also just absolutely loved of Diana is where you are running the ways and also going into the Rasa plays. Because you're going to be discarding a card on every single move, and that's just going to be making your Rasas all the cheaper. And then you're running also a shovel in your deck so that you're able to recycle out your Rasas again for one when you hold or conquer and things like that. There's a lot of versatility that you're able to add into this game, with that type of combo piece. Now, of course, that's not what Diwali's answering here. He's wanting to go a bit more spell slingy and unit heavy in that case. That's more safe. And I am definitely okay with that. I mean, I definitely trust the process of what Diwali is able to do. And so we'll see if that's going to have a certain impact here. But even still, like I said, we are still waiting for the judge call here to see what all is happening. And I wish we had a little bit more information. That's one thing I wish that they did a little bit more of.
Minimum 1 hour, so it's probably like a 10-hour day for these people.
Yeah, they can't forget they need to stay hydrated. They need to be eating as many snacks as...
So, yeah, we're muted. Good. With that being said, though, we are going to be moving into the continuation of this game. It is currently 3-3. We're going to be having the signature spell coming in for Leona at this point. And not only that, that is going to be a stun and a buff as well. Not only from the signature, but the legend ability is going to now be able to buff something up. So that's going to be a lot of help potentially right there. Especially because there's not going to be something like abandoned in the hand. So specifically stun. Oh gosh, that is horrible. I cannot read that. All right, let's go over to Piltover. Cards. Card gallery. And it is called Zenith. So Zenith Blade specifically says at action speed that you can stun an enemy unit out of battlefield, and you may move a friendly unit to that enemy unit's battlefield. Okay? So already that's going to be pretty good. I don't like how I am stalling out like that. Okay, good. And as long as we didn't drop the stream, I don't think we dropped the stream either, which is good. I'm always worried about that. But no, looks like we're still live all around, so that's good. So with that being said, yeah, we're going to be sitting in a really good spot here, all things considered. That is going to be a very much needed stun. Now, Zenith Blade does specifically say that you get to stun an enemy unit out of battlefield, and you may move a friendly unit to that enemy unit's battlefield. So again, I'm kind of curious as to what kind of implications that might have here. I wasn't having the stalling out on the latency until opening up Piltover Archive. I'm wondering if that is just bogging down my internet, maybe with the internet, like with the animations on the card or things like that. I just closed the tab, so... Yeah, very well could have been. Wow. So here we are in round 5, game 1. It's been a very slow play. I mean, it's been judge after judge after judge at this point. And I mean, that alone can be very difficult to try to play through at this point. This is going to be a very crucial ruling on how Zenith Blade is going to be able to carry out here. And we'll see what this ruling actually ends up doing, because if it does end up going the way that I think it's going to go, this could be a pretty decent victory here that that Leona could potentially face here. We'll see. Also got to say, love the judges' jerseys. They just look so good. They really stepped them up this regional, even last regional in Atlanta. That was the first time that the judges' jerseys were actually upgraded. I have a judge friend here that we've been able to become pretty good friends. He runs tournaments as well. David Navid also ends up being a local here too, and we've ended up actually becoming good friends in real life too, which is awesome. I love stuff like that. And so, anyway, with all of that, we're going in and gonna see what all is going to be happening as we wait for this judge ruling, and hopefully it's going to be one of the few in this matchup, because again, you're going to be adding a lot more time to this round for these judge calls and things like that, which is perfectly fine. But man, can that start to get draining at a time when you're already starting to maybe feel the tiredness. You know, these competitors are going into near 5 hours a part of their competition here. They probably got up early trying to get some food and things like that, getting ready. And the tournament starts rather early, 10 a.m. And if you're not acclimated to the time, you're coming in from overseas, and things like that. That can also be playing a pretty big aspect here. But I do got to say, I really do like what this deck is trying to do here. I think that this has a lot of the right answers. You can see where he's been sacrificing some of the answers. You know, you have the Tide Turner that's at 1. Existential Dread's also at 1. Very interesting choice there, too. No Fizz in this deck either, which is also something very interesting to consider. A lot of us have been considering that Fizz is one of the most important cards of a Diana deck. Being able to then have, like, it come in, you are able to play out a spell that's from the trash, you know, especially like a Moonfall. That's a huge play right there. Then you play also Star-Crossed, you bounce Fizz back into your hand, you bounce something back from your opponent's side, and then you can play Fizz out again and play out a different card. Even like Star-Crossed again because you just played that from your hand. And you're getting a lot of utilization. Yes, that is a lot of power, but that could be game-ending right there because of what Fizz is able to do. You can also go like play Fizz, ride the wind something over, play Star-Crossed, bounce Fizz back, bounce a unit that you just are attacking into because of ride the wind. You know, Fizz goes back into hand. Then you're able to maybe play it out again after winning the battle. And then you Moonfall and you grab another unit and move it over from, you know, there's a lot of just really cool combos that you could potentially utilize here with the Diana in particular. So I gotta say, both of these decks are going to be very difficult to try to play against. And I can't wait to see what we have in store when we're finally able to watch this game. That's going to be the big thing here. You know, we just crossed the 1 a.m. threshold. I'm 34 years old. There's not much to keep me up at this point. The energy that I get from Riftbound is keeping me alive. Oh man, nah, this'll be good. I still need to be able to finish out this night. We're probably going to do one more round after this. I still want to get a lot of sleep in so that we can be able to watch up to the Top Cut and Finals. That's going to be really fun. So stay tuned for that, guys. I am going to be going to a locals tomorrow. It does start at 6:30, so I should be missing a lot of that. Like round 1, round 2 of round 10 and 11, and then I should be able to broadcast for you guys. And yeah, Zero, I actually don't drink coffee. Never have. I got a little bit of Mountain Dew, and trust me, this is Mountain Dew, okay? Actually, it's probably good that you're only seeing it as, you know, clear instead of the yellow, so you guys don't question anything. Like, no, I'm not a heathen here. I'm at the bathroom's down the hall. But yeah, never drank coffee in my life. So, we'll see though. Also, I really like a lot of what this Aurelia is trying to go for. One of my biggest worries though is that this is maybe not as spell focused as what I would maybe like. There's a lot of gear destruction that we have to worry about here, and especially playing like Heart of Dark Ice, if you're spending 3 and a power and then it ends up getting salvaged or actioned or whatever else that, you know, the 50 million other answers that you could potentially get. I'm in the way. Sorry, guys. That you could potentially get from this, you know, from playing gear out. There's a lot of risk that comes from playing gear. That's something why I like Zonia's Hourglass, because you can hide it. You know, it's going to be a lot safer to hide Zonia's Hourglass and then activate it when units are about to die. And then, of course, you can't salvage it or action in that case, you know. So there's some good options here that I do really like about this. And so we'll see how this ends up going. We'll see what there is able to be bring. Ammon's still up. I'm actually really surprised. So, yeah, gosh, this is going to be really interesting, though, to be able to see what is going to be coming of this. I got to say, I love the Fiora. The Call of the Week just feels like, yeah, you're playing 1 to, you know, you're probably going to be getting rid of your Scuttle Crab so that you can see your opponent's hand. I like that option. Nami, I think, is probably one of the most underutilized cards of this set. Nami is one that I play in my mid-range Yi deck. And she has an insane ability where when you hold, the next unit that you play comes in buffed and readied. That's game-changing right there. If you're able to accelerate something out for free just for holding, that's the kind of stuff that you just got to be watching out for at that point. So yeah, this is really getting the whole court together to be able to figure this out. I mean, on the main clock right there, you can see, let me get out of the way, 19 minutes left up there. You know, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. 19 minutes left, and we are like 4 turns deep of the streamed game. This is going to be a long wait for everyone else at this point. This is going to be probably a 10 to 15 minute, 10 to 12 minute probably added to the clock for the judge side of things. You know, and that's fine. You know, that definitely makes a lot of sense. But 19 minutes left. People are already finishing their games and getting ready, you know, and resting for their next one. So we'll see. We'll see how this actually ends up playing out. But again, we're still waiting for those certain judge calls. We get some very beautiful pans as we go through the play field and to focus on these legends that are playing the game of Riftbound. We could do some ASMR according to what is being shown in front of us. As Diwali calmly talks, we pan in to be able to see what he could be pointing at. I feel like I could be a golf commentator. That's what we maybe need to do. And Diwali's lining up for the play. He has 3 runes left up that he could potentially utilize for this turn. He's got to be wondering, what could his opponent throw back at him? You know, stuff like that. And then, you know, he plays out like Star-Crossed, takes out the other unit, bounces it back to hand, plays this, and we're just like... And that was a magnificent play from Diwali, being able to utilize the Star-Crossed to be able to make an absolute paramount play that should secure him the Game 1 win right here. You know, maybe we do need to commentate this like we're golf players, or like that we're golf commentators. So, again, though, this is a lot of weight. I think this is actually making its way even to, like, the head judge in this case. With how much they have been debating and going back and forth about this. I think the head judge has officially been called. And, gosh, this is going to be just really interesting to see how this ends up ruling out. So, and it's stuff like this that can just really make it difficult to try to continue on with the game or, you know, things like that, because it can take so long. And then it's like, and here's the hard part too. Because you might go into your play and you end up playing the rest of this round. And then, right after you finish your games, boom, you're immediately going into your next round with no break at that point. That's the kind of stuff that can really mess up both competitors here. So we got to be keeping that in mind as we go about all of this and seeing what else there could be here. So, again, lot to be seen. And this could be a very difficult situation, all things considered. Let's actually take a look at how Prismaticism is doing. He has, in round 1, his opponent didn't show up. Round 2, he went against Vex. He lost the die roll and won 2-0. Went against Kha'Zix and won both. And round 4 was against Sivir Aurora, and he won, lost, win. So currently he is undefeated at this point. So really good to be able to see that. Well done there. Prismaticism being very deadly with what he is able to do. So again, probably one of the, if not the best competitor in this game, and being able to win a regionals just really has been able to prove that. Now, let me actually take a look and see what Prismat was playing. Prismaticism is still on Annie, though yesterday went 3-2. So, kind of curious. At least has been able to go undefeated so far today. As of updating in round 4, he's still in round, of course we're still in round 5, but at least is still undefeated still. So really interesting. Also what's interesting too is that Prismaticism, even though he had a round 1 bye, still played a pickup game for fun. It's like, well, I don't want to sit around for an hour. I want to play a game. So went against a Darius at that point. So kind of interesting choices there. And so here we go. We might finally be able to resume play. It is 3-3 with 15 minutes left in the round because of a ruling. That kind of stuff happens. I totally get that. So again, here goes the Cole of the Week after that huge exchange right there. And Diwali still has 2 up, though. So is there going to be maybe a response at that point? And actually looks like the Vex might still actually be alive. That took out the Diana instead. So, a little bit of cause for worry here. The Vex is not only going to be able to score a point, but also is going to be able to continue to stun things that come into play. So not only now are you giving a chance to potentially look at things. Oh, moving the Vex back. A very interesting choice right there as Hui comes back out and is getting ready to fight. Now, I still feel like that the Leona is at a bit of a disadvantage right now and having a difficult time being able to maybe get back into this game. Now, you are given at least an open play here with the Vex moving back. So you don't have to worry about this stuff getting stunned. And I kind of get why Diwali did want to move back in this case, just to be safe. But still, looks like the Leona is going to be played here, and we are going to be going for a pass. So, again, not only is there a lot of buffs, you get to choose with a buff. So Aurelia gets to go up +1 till the end of turn with that. So immediately when you add a buff, Aurelia is going to go from 5 to 7 at that point. That's the kind of stuff that is very much a game changer there. And if you have anything else that you're going to be able to choose on top of that, spending the buff and then being able to add 3, you're going down 1, but then able to add 4 to that with something like Call to Glory on the Aurelia. Again, some really crazy combos that you're going to be able to use here in this matchup, and what makes Leona such a formidable foe. And so even with all of that, we now have to consider what there is to be seen here, what Diwali can do to be able to build up a battlefield that is able to withstand what Leona could possibly throw. You do have Heart of Dark Ice. That's something that you got to be worried about. And we are also in game number 1 still, all things considered. And so we'll see what is able to be done here. But again, the nice part about Hui is that you're able to draw and discard a card. Even if there's maybe a card that is just dead in your hand, you can then discard. And so that's one thing that I absolutely love about Hui in that case, is that you're able to really get rid of the troublesome cards that you maybe don't want to have to worry about. We'll see. There's still a lot to be seen here. So, not being able to play round 1 slows you down. Yeah, I could see that. And then also, Prismat said Annie has the best overall win rate into anything, basically. I could kind of see an argument for that. I would argue maybe, though, Aurelia or Azir could also be in competition for that same statement, too. But I could definitely see why Annie is considered there. So here we go, 6-3 currently. Some Leona has some work to do now. Anything that is able to be taken care of. I mean, again, Starfall, such a powerful option here. It is able to come in ready, but the hard part is the Vex is going to be stunning and saying, hey, by the way, you can't move. That's going to be it. So it doesn't matter what ends up happening here. Going and stacking the 3, he's reminding her about the Vex, and it's like, yep, you can't move. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Diwali. And again, I mean, he just ended up having the answers that was needed here. You know, the Vex was going to be really struggling on trying to shut things down in this case. But those little stuns just, after dealing with the battlefield, was just like, hey, by the way, you got it. I got to say, too, Starfall, one of the most important and powerful signature spells of set 3. The fact that you can move a unit in and give it -2 is almost a guaranteed win at that point. Not as like winning the round, but as winning the combat. That -2 is so hard to try to come back from. Yes, it can be defied. But you can also play stuff like the, you know, Abandoned or whatever else. Because I know Diwali plays, I think, 2 Abandoned, if I remember correctly, of his list. That's the kind of stuff that you got to be prepared for. So as we go into side decking, okay, cool. We know that this is a very much a spell slinging deck. I'm still up on screen. Sorry, guys. Boop. Okay, we know that we know that Diana is a very big spell slinging deck. So what can Leona do to help prepare against that? And the hard part is, I already feel like Diana, even without necessarily getting a lot of cards from the sideboard, is still going to be in a good spot. And that's going to be something to really watch out for. Oh man, looking to maybe add only 3 cards, or that might be actually what's taken out. So going to add 1 more. And then, yeah, maybe taking out the Call of the Week. Well, and the biggest thing, too, about taking out Call of the Week is that, you know, Diwali might be playing around expecting a Call of the Week, and he doesn't know how many Calls are actually in this deck. The fact that he saw 1 in Game 1 is actually probably a little bit of an advantage over to the Leona player, because, yeah, it looks like she is keeping it in. And then also adding a Charm. Okay. So, but now Diwali doesn't know maybe that she is only running 1. And so now we got to be prepared for what this might initially mean then. And if we are going to be able to play around that, you know. Now, of course, it can easily be defied. You know, can't be not so fast because you're not targeting with that in particular, but you're going to be getting yourself some pretty good answers all the same. And so we'll see. And thank you guys for being here tonight. Great to have you all here. We are currently in round number 5, game 2. Diwali versus Ellie. And we'll see what is able to be done here as Arena's Greatest is coming down and Abandoned Hall. Now, Abandoned Hall is definitely one that Diwali is going to be able to capitalize on a lot. We saw that Leona did have a couple of spells that was able to be used, but not a whole ton here. Now, it looks like Diwali is going to be going for a full shuffle instead of a cut. Definitely allowed at that point. And it looks like Ellie's going to be doing the same. And so, rightfully so. Because I know there was a question at my locals on what constitutes a cut, because, you know, she was worried that, you know, some TCGs say that you're not allowed to do like a full shuffle or, you know, things like that. Where's the line drawn in Riftbound? And they haven't necessarily stated yet from what I've seen, though I haven't read the full rule book by any means, you know. But if you do want to give your opponent a quick shuffle of their deck, you're more than able to do so. So it looks like Leon is going to be starting at 1, going in with a Scuttle Crab and being able to draw a card and passing. So already that's looking like a pretty impressive hand. And not only that, the Scuttle Crab, when it dies, is going to be such a powerful option because you get to take a look at your opponent's hand. And that kind of knowledge can be such a game changer. So now we're going to be able to go into the Abandoned Hall. And that could be a very good option too, because if you do end up playing any spells, that might be the kicker to be able to get the Scuttle Crab a couple of might that might be able to stand a chance against what your opponent might be throwing at them. Still, at the same time, Diana in particular is mainly focused on spell answers and things like that. And so it's rather interesting on how that might work. Now, the one-up from Diana as a legend ability is so good because it's like one of the plays that you could do, one of the lines, would have been playing Heart of Dark Ice and then charming your opponent's Diana over. Because you would be able to go 4-3, and then if they ended up having a Stupefy, then that would be really the only thing to actually keep the Diana alive. So that might have been a good line to be able to take and consider there too. Though that would be sacrificing a lot of power. But I feel like that you could very well be getting pretty far ahead at that point too, even if it was a trade at that point. But it's a very difficult line. That is a high risk that could maybe bite back. So here we go with a Vex coming in. Looks like we're doing a full switch at this point. It's going to be the old school Vex that makes spells more expensive for opponents and less expensive for you when in combat. So that's right. To a minimum of 1 is what your spell can become. It's going to be minusing 1 power and 1 energy in showdowns to a minimum of 1. And then being able to also make your opponent's spells 1 and 1 power more expensive. And man, does that really suck. And so we'll see what ends up going. And so we'll see what else is able to be done. Again, that +3 is going to be rather helpful right now with the Heart of Dark Ice and the Charm coming in. That is going to be a big statement, trying to be 5 there, and especially on a tapped out. So going to be using 1 to try to look. And goes to their death. So again, another great option there. Being able to go up to 5-1. Diwali's going to have a little bit of work needed to be done here if he wants to continue to stay in this game or go to game number 3. Now, of course, still having the Vex out is a step in the right direction. Very difficult to try to take down such a unit, especially in Showdown. You want to try to, like, maybe move it back with a Charm or something like that to be able to properly deal with said threats. But again, you go in with the Lonely Poro, you feel like you're going to be safe here, but then they end up, like, stunning out your unit or, you know, things like that. And it's something that you definitely need to be prepared for. So maybe a little bit of a risk, but when you have all your runes up, you're sitting actually in a pretty good spot. And it very well might be that now the Lonely Poro might be dying alone at this point. And that could be, even just that card draw, might be a little bit of a tell to Diwali that, you know, she might be at a little bit of a desperation point here, you know, saying, hey, by the way, I am going to actually keep a card in my hand instead and allow you to take a battlefield. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Now, yes, don't get me wrong. At least Leona does have a couple of points. You know, is up by 2 points, even at this point, and soon to be 3. So you're allowed to buy yourself a little bit of time and maybe develop up your board state a little bit more and see what you can do here. And there's a chance that you just go into the other battlefield, you play out the Nami, and then your next unit can come in accelerated and buffed. You know, that's an option too that we could possibly see. So we'll see. There's still a lot of game left in this round. And I think this is going to be my last round for the night, and then I'm going to be going to sleep. So this round ended up taking just a lot longer, unfortunately. So here we go with a card draw, being able to start the turn. Another Vex coming out onto the battlefield. That is going to be a big impact to this game state. Nami's only 3, though, so you can still use the signature spell. The hard part about the signature spell, though, is that you might be finding yourself having a way to, like, abandon or, you know, something like that. So Heart of Dark Ice is going to be moving in, going to +3, moving in, and then we're preparing for the Charm at this point. We'll see if there's anything that might be reacted to. And nope, not in this case. So Leona's going to be going up to 5. It has a lot of cards in hand, but at the same time, it feels like Diwali still is holding all the cards. That even after all of this, it's like Leona is seeming to just struggle into what Diana is able to dish out here. And so now that Scuttle Crab is going to be going back to 0 at that point, and with only one rune up, that's not going to necessarily be enough to really get things going here. That's not going to be anything to help you be able to defend. And not only that, you know, the Vex is going to make everything cost 1 more. So you're essentially giving up this battlefield, able to see the hand, maybe plan a little bit ahead. But right now, this is looking really good for Diana here. Even with being able to see the hand, it's like, ugh. I mean, that is about as scary as it can get. And, I mean, you can just see that you're thinking, yep, it's probably over. Not the best situation on a hand reveal that you would want to see. Ooh, and then having also a Ravenbloom student that you could potentially play. +1ing on one side and then having the battlefield +1, the Vex as well on the other side. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Okay, never mind. We're going to be going back in base just in case. And passing. So we still have a little bit of worries with the Leona. And the nice part is the Leona can actually be buffed up before the match with all, or before the showdown with all the spells. And that can be very helpful. Now the Heart of Dark Ice is going to be adding 4. And one thing that is going to be very scary, though, is if there is, you know, a Star-Crossed and Ravenbloom bounces back and Vex is able to hold the battlefields. At that point, then we would be 6-5 at that point, and Diwali would be in a very good spot and be able to, I mean, even next turn, could utilize the Thousand Tail Watcher at that point. So we'll see. And so it looks like the additional cost will be paid of the Nami to stun, meaning that the buff can now come to Aurelia. And we'll see what kind of answers are able to be had here. Now, of course, we can also utilize the Charm to move the other Vex over at this point and create another showdown. And then we can Call of the Week to clear the battlefield, essentially. Now, that's a lot of utility. But it looks like, yep, the Star-Crossed is going to be coming in. Going to have to pay the Deflect. But that is something that can really set back. And the tough part is, too, is having something like Star-Crossed for 2. For 2 and no power, and the power is now paid for the deflection. And that's the hard part. Even if you know your opponent's hand and you don't have the answers, you still have to essentially play it out. Because you don't have the answer. You know, you don't have a defy here to be able to stop Starcross from coming out. But now, next turn, you don't have to deal with that. And so that's the thing, is like you were forcing a very difficult predicament here. But now Diwali is threatening game. And it just seems like that he's been able to have answer after answer when going against Leona here. And I mean, we're 30 minutes into this game. And it could be a 2-0 here. So it looks like we are just going to be doing a full send here. Building up our backfield. Getting things ready for our final assault. Now, of course, there still is charms and things like that to worry about. You never want to grab away with a charm, because you're going to be able to, on the move, be able to discard and draw one, or draw one and then discard one, you know? And that's going to be powerful. So here we go with the Nami going into Arena's Greatest. Going up to 6. And then going up to 7. So going to have to hold down both battlefields. Cole is not going to be doing anything at this point. It's going to be more wishful thinking. Though playing out the Fiora into the Abandoned Hall could be actually a pretty solid play, because with the spell being played, you could make her mighty, and then she would also get shield 1 at that point. So we'll see. This is going to be a very interesting showdown to see what you're able to do to help clear out the field. I don't know if this is going to necessarily be able to do much. But we will see. Vex will be coming in. There's still 2 runes to be able to access and a lot of cards in Diwali's hand. And all of them are upside down. Now, Vex makes it a lot cheaper. Well, 1 cheaper, which means that he very well could do a -4. And that type of might swing would be a trade at that point. Or not a trade. But it would force out for additional answers to have to come from the Leona at this point. And then, of course, +1 to the Vex. So that's going to be a very powerful play right there, forcing out the Zenith Blade. Maybe something that she wanted to save on the following turn, but now can't. And of course, this is going to be also allowing a buff to come in with the Leona. You also have to pay 1 more power and 1 more. That is a 3 power play that you have to recycle right there. Holy! Because of the Vex in a showdown. Not what you want to see right there. Nope. Not even close. Because the Vex adds a power and an energy. Yikes, that is gonna cost. But when it comes to winning, and then of course you're gonna be, is it every time that you stun that you're able to buff something? Not sure. But still, now being able to choose a buff is going to be bringing the Aurelia up to +1 at that point. Deciding whether or not you do want to bring over. The opponent's tapped out. There's no reason to bring over the Nami at this point. Luckily was able to take that back. And at this point, do you just call and try to thin things out a little bit? I mean, that's just going to be taking out the Ravenbloom student, but that still is a good option. But at this point, no, I don't love. Now you're kind of forced out to play a Fiora to try to hold. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily love this, because you're going to be able to make her mighty and add +2 at that point. That's not horrible. And you're basically saying, I'm trying to hold both of these battlefields. So you're probably going to retreat the Nami out, give up that one battlefield, and then try to move in after that. Even still, though, to play a hidden card, if he attacks him with Vex, to play a hidden card costs 1 and a power. It cannot be paid. Which means that Nami is dead in their tracks when Diwali attacks in. That's it. That's it. The hidden card cannot be activated. Yep, that's going to be it. There's nothing that can end up helping that. Now, when the Hui moves over, you're going to be able to discard a card, and there's the Thousand Tail coming in as well. That is going to be it as Diwali takes down Leona 2-0 in round number 5. So, I mean, again, that was just an absolutely great play from both competitors, but I mean, especially in Diwali and how he's able to maneuver these types of gameplays, very comfortable with those moves and just able to have answers after answers in these types of matchups. And you're able to see how powerful that legend ability is for Diana. Again, I'm very shocked that Diana had a 50% win rate at the pre-regional yesterday. I thought that was going to be one that had a higher win rate, but it didn't. Instead, though, we got to see what it was able to have in store for us and what it was able to do. Guys, this was such an exciting round outside of maybe the 40-minute judge call to be able to figure out how, the Zenith Blade was going to resolve there, but all the same, it ended up actually working out anyway. But at the same time, that's going to be tough. That's a lot of time that was gone, maybe not as big of a break going into the next round, but all the same, just a really well done gameplay here from our competitors. And so I'm debating, guys, do I go for one more round or do I go to bed? Let me know in the comments right now. We'll see what you guys say. If we have enough people that say, hey, keep on going, cool. If not, then I will call it. But man, am I starting to feel it. Luckily, tomorrow I'll be able to sleep in and stuff and get ready for that. So we should be able to call it good there. But let me know, guys. It's been really fun so far. They've had some really good matches here. And really excited to see what else is going to be happening. Let's hear this interview real quick. And then we'll get started with looking into things a little bit further on if we continue or not.
Did in Spirit Forge, it forced Elle to spend a lot more power, a lot more energy than she wanted to, and it reduced those costs. Like you called that Starcrossed, so much cheaper.
Much cheaper and also much more expensive for Elle. And I think, especially considering Elle's deck of being Order and Calm, those Calm cards, which are usually really important to keep your Irelia alive, keep your whoever else you want to keep alive as well, maybe Nami as well, and you just won't be able to use those abilities, those defies and everything. I mean, you could use them, but they're just so much more expensive.
This is very
You're so right, Ricey. But enough from us. We are going to throw over to the interview with the winner, Diwali.
Hello, we are here with Diwali. How are you feeling after that match? We had the sun and moon here at this stage of the day. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, honestly. That was my first time playing against Leona, but I asked about the Sig spell. My friend Vero recently has been raving about Leona, so I've read like the cards in the deck and everything, and it helped, and I'm feeling good. I forgot it's like Sun versus Moon. That was cool. But yeah, it's feeling great. Yeah.
Absolutely. And obviously you are no stranger to winning. You had a great run in Houston way back when. How has your approach differed when you come here to Sydney?
That's a good question. I talk to Alan a lot, actually, and Priz. And, I spiked Houston, but Alan and Prisma have had continued top 8s. Now, obviously, I've gone close. I got like 10th in Atlanta, and I've top 64 in a bunch. And, I asked them, talk to them about deck building, about how to approach a tournament like this, and their guidance has really helped. And yeah, that's kind of my mindset for this one. I want to be back in top 8, and I'm going to try my best to do that. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so that was obviously with Annie. You've got Diana today,
Yeah.
but you did share online that it came down to the wire between a couple of decks.
Oh, yeah.
What led you to actually making the decision to go Diana?
That's a good question. So, my 3 options were Azir, Diana, and of course Annie. Like, those are the 3 I was considering. I think Annie and Azir are both also strong choices. What changed my decision at the end was talking to Alan, first of all. He's also playing Diana. His list is very good. And I realized Diana can actually beat Aurora, which I thought wasn't really likely, but it can. And Moonfall's broken, so.
Absolutely brilliant card. So when it comes down to it, obviously, as you said, Alan is also playing Diana. There's a best of at stake. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it's never great to contest him, I'll be honest, you know. But I have to fight I want to win the tournament, so if I want to win the tournament, I'm going to have to fight against good players to do it. And if it's got to be Alan, it's got to be Alan. He's one of the best players, and him and Priz, so we'll see, you know.
All right. I would be remiss if I did not say it is very Australian of you to be snacking down on those shapes. But there was definitely some chatter of people being like, wow, interesting. So do you think they helped or hindered?
Helped.
Yeah?
Definitely helped.
Sustenance?
Yes. I'm staying with a friend in Sydney, and I've been, you know, getting into the Australian culture, and I'm feeling good. He gave me the bucket hat. Oh, it was the wrong way this whole time. But, yeah. Feeling great.
Absolutely stylish. We've had a couple of interesting hats here today. Who knows what we'll see coming on. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. We'll see how you go for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you so much.
All right. That is pretty awesome to see how his decision-making was with all of that. I got to agree with him. Azir, again, very high win rate style of deck. A lot of its competition was taken out. You do have to worry about going against, like, Annie is probably the worst matchup for you at this point. But there's not going to be a whole lot of red, whole lot of Annie to have to contest against. You do have to worry about, we've seen a little bit of Pyke, but I think if you clear out the first couple of rounds, that your odds of going against red really diminishes, and your chances of going into your good matchups, your Auroras, which for Azir is a really good matchup and things like that, is a very big difference maker here. And so we'll see how that actually ends up going and what is able to be brought to the field. I'm more excited to see what is actually going to be making that top 64, that day 2. I think that is going to be a very big difference maker here, especially as we go further into this tournament. So with that being said, guys, that is going to be the stream. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to be getting some sleep so that I can sleep in and then be able to bring you guys the top cut on the morrow. If you want to be a part of that, it's going to be same bat time, same bat place kind of thing going on. So always feel free to watch that. I'll make a notification as well as an event for the live stream to be live, and it should be right after my locals, which probably 9:30 my time, so 11:30 Eastern would be my guess, and we'll see what that has in store. It's going to be a really great time, guys. Thank you guys so much.